Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
In a few minutes, another milestone is about to unfold. Sino nakikinig?
Hindi, dyan ako makikinig. Sa mga cute.
Hindi, yung para narinig mo lang yung output.
Ah? Hindi ko maririnig dito eh.
Sa headset.
Ibang cellphone pa,
Di ba
sa Aaron Big Apprentice report. Tapos papasok ako sa cellphone.
Doon.
Dito ba?
In a few minutes, this is sound check po. Magugulat sila. In a few minutes, another milestone is about to unfold. The IIEE will showcase the latest trends and innovative ideas in the electrical engineering industry. In 5 minutes,
Okay naman.
starts our trip. Nakikita siya po. Kanay. In a few minutes, another milestone is about to unfold. The IIEE will showcase its innovative ideas in the electrical engineering industry. Ayan ko lang konti. May echo ba? May echo.
Ha? Like na? Okay na to. Ito mo.
Eh sila sir, tanong na sila Sir Jodak. Kung okay yung sound sa kanila.
Okay naman.
Sabi niya,
Hindi, nasa labas ako.
okay na. Wala. Go na.
Ano ko yung pababa natin?
Maximum yung sa amin. Paano naman sa level exam?
Oh, sige.
Para sa training.
Mag-busy pa muna lang.
Kasi hindi ka na lang matasas. Mag-start ako mag-tasas.
Hindi mo nakikita yung papel ko sa baba. Hindi.
Monique, tinig mo kami? Hindi.
Opo.
Ha? Dito nag-upo. Dito wala. Bakas na. Yala, dinig?
Yes, sir.
Yes sir, naririnig po.
Wala eh. Dito, dinig. Dinig mo na kami ngayon? Dinig?
Opo, sir. Naririnig
Connect.
po.
Mahina ka.
Hello, sir.
Yan. Alright. Diyan. Parang dito sa ano daw.
Okay po yung sounds namin, sir.
Hindi ganito ko ba? Hindi mo ako maririnig. System sa akin. Kasi kanina, maging lakas yan. O kinalakas ko. Ano kami sampay? Sa pangamanik, tinig mo ako.
Saan po? Kasi nakaano siya, baka hindi nagsalita. We have to touch the speaker. Wala nang lumalabas niya.
May ginawa ko kanina. Marating mo ba siyang kanina?
Kuha mo na natin pag wala ka na rito. Hindi ka na rito. So, ano may problema. Pero pagka hindi ko na rito, dito ako naman problema. Hello, Monique. Sound check. Tunig ba? Monique. Monique.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay. Greetings from the Iiee. Ganun lang. Okay, daw. Ano pala si Ivan? Amit na ako, sir.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed.
Okay na? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, Iiee. Welcome to the 2022 National Mid-Year Convention Technology Caravan. This caravan features the latest technologies and innovative ideas in the electrical engineering industry. We have an impressive lineup of speakers, and we encourage everyone to make most of this gathering, take time to interact, and absorb the best practices and latest innovative ideas. Before we officially start the program, we appreciate everyone's presence, our delegates, exhibitors, sponsors, officers, and distinguished guests. It's indeed a privilege working with you all. By the way, I am Monique, and it's a pleasure to be your host for today. Again, welcome to the 2022 National Mid-Year Convention Technology Caravan. To start with, let us witness the invocation, the Philippine National Anthem, and Iiee hymn.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang-unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay takal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gayang lugay, kimitan yang barog nun. Dalam bago si Balya niya tawag si Danginan, na pagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan yung mga dato binukaw, mga biya kaubayan na mababay maging kudya matapid mga atang. Sa San sud luang nangabat luskod ng binunsali. Yang kay gaong kaingat ko yan, yang kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-kuyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, nang pinandam pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, way, ikaw yung matigam ka namin, na walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkaawasan. Panganam mo sang mga ipatpid mo sang barantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Ayan, kay tagal lang, naga untong sa matkan mo, ng kariko ng bibitang mong babawin ng dunya, o yung kanami paggiginawa. Tagal lang ang latso kanami, inaagi siyang anak mo na tamisa, nagatang siyang hawanan, mingkot siyang patiwayan.
اللهم إنك ترى أن هذه القلوب قد اجتمعت على محبتك واتقت على هذه المكان إيمانك وتوحدت على دعوتك فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل التوكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagi naming Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang maiadyak kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman. At sa lahat ng masama, dala ng makabagong mundo, hinihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng Tagum sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna. Mahal naming Panginoon, Ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing, and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth, so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others, to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya niyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanang payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahat paniniwala.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, pero sa sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, tuyak ka ng magiting, mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contributions to our nation. Our members were stronger than chain and bolt, rising to any challenge involving what's comes and goes. P-E-R-E-E and R-M-E, connecting industries by the electric circuits. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission great for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency, from shifting from one place the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one IIE.
To start the ball rolling, let us all be inspired with the opening remarks from the chairman of the TCPD committee, the energetic Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Salicar.
Okay, thanks very much, Monique. Okay, to our national president, Engineer Feliciano Pado III, to our vice president for internal affairs, Engineer Lyndon Baggy. Engineer Baggy is on board my office right now with BP Technical Engineer Gatchalian, and also our national treasurer, si Engineer Rania. And of course, on board in the respective hotel, our BP external Alberto R. Herrera, our former national president Engineer Alan Anthony Alvarez, and our national treasurer Engineer Coriado, and to the TCPD staff, distinguished moderators, speakers, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to open the 2022 National Media Convention Technology Caravan. Before anything else, thank you to everyone for making the time to be here. We are always excited to learn and share with members, stakeholders, and partners as we continue to elevate our work, which is suitable and necessary at this time. First and foremost, I'd like to emphasize that this seminar will provide us with new information in our field of expertise. We cannot deny that there are numerous technological advances that we must recognize and comprehend. Then later, suppliers will present different new products. With this, I believe that we can be updated to explore new things that we can use in our field. Apart from that, there is a PE mentoring this afternoon in which you will know the steps on how to become PE. This will give you an advantage, most especially to those who want to become a PE in the future. I always say this is life. Learning is lifelong process. Thus, learning new things is important for our growth and especially for our professional life. Before concluding, I would like to add that the proceeds of this caravan will be used as part of the recovery program of the Iiee. Thank you and wish you all success with this caravan. Once again, good morning. So, beside me, we have the Vice President for Technical to be delivered his closing remarks later. Thank you very much and once again, good morning.
What an inspiring message to jumpstart the program. Thank you very much, Engineer Joseph Darren Pearson-Carr. At this juncture, we will officially start our technology caravan. We would like to remind our resource speaker that if you hear this sound, you still have 5 minutes left to wrap up your presentation. So please stay with us up for the open forum. To start the ball rolling, let me introduce our first resource speaker. He is General Manager from Iiee Audit Inspection and Maintenance Group since 2015. Iiee lifetime member of Central Laguna Chapter since 1991 to present. 2015 Most Outstanding Regional Governor. 2016 Chairman Ad Hoc Committee for E-Voting. 2019 Vice Chairman of Membership and Chapter Development Committee. 2016 and 2019 Chairman Ad Hoc Committee for E-Voting. 2019 Vice Chairman of Membership and Chapter Development Committee. 2020 Chairman of TCPBC. 2021 National Secretary and currently the National Vice President for External Affairs. Let us all welcome Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr.
Thank you, Monique. Good morning, everyone. To our chairman, Chairman Jodax, and to the members ng masisipag na TCPDC committee. And I think nandito rin yung mga ibang speaker natin, former President Larry Cruz, and yung mga ibang guest speaker natin. So mauna lang muna ako. You can hear me naman, no? Ako na yung mag-share, Yela. Ha? So, ito lang yung aking brief description. It was already read by Monique, so let's proceed. So, I'll be presenting to you the Iiee Audit Inspection and Maintenance about the partial discharge first. Partial discharge. So, as you can see, dito sa left ko, may nakikita kayong parang thermal scanning ang dating, no? Pero actually, ito yung mga i-discuss natin. What is partial discharge? Ano ang consequences? Yung mga different types ng partial discharge, ano consequences ng partial discharge. And then yung mismong equipment na ginagamit namin in testing the partial discharge, which is the Fluke, I call it I-squared 910 specification. And then some of our latest partial discharge project, because this equipment was only bought by Fujihaya Inc. this year. No, nung April lang namin to in-start this year. So sample projects, yung mga na-experience na namin, I'll be sharing it to you, yung mga partial discharge count and our recommendation. And then of course, a little bit naman ng Fujihaya Inc. Kasi this one is around mga 10 minutes lang to. Okay? So this is a typical electrical design analysis diagram, no? As you can see here, may dalawang transformer tayo, may main, this is a 34.5 kV. Ang partial discharge hanggang dito lang sa primary ng transformer, or kapag ang transformer natin is rated until 3 kV and above. So in this case, this is 34.5 diretso na sa 400 volts. So yung 400 volts, this one, the low voltage switchgear, hindi na natin to pina-partial discharge. Okay? I repeat, ang partial discharge lang are 3 kV and up. So it could be on the transformer side, line side, dun sa switchgear natin, yung mga XLPE cable natin, yung incoming, at yung pinaka-first private pole natin. So this one, so ito yung pwede natin i-partial discharge. This is a 34.5 kV switchgear na merong vacuum circuit breaker, and then yung feeder niya are load break switch. So lahat yan pwede natin i-partial discharge. Parang thermal scanning ang dating. So this one, as mentioned, ang partial discharge natin, pwede itong incoming na 34.5, itong mga components na nandito, na since more than 3 kV siya, including our instrument transformer, no? The potential transformer, and then the current transformer. Pwede natin yung partial discharge. At dito naman yung mga outgoing cable natin, XLPE, na papunta sa transformer, pwede rin natin itong i-partial discharge. Kung meron tayong 6.6 kV, 4.16 kV, basta up to 3 kV and above, pwede natin partial discharge. So this is just a 3-line, no? Nang papunta na sa low voltage. Pag low voltage na, example this one, this is a double-ended 400 volt switchgear, wala na, hindi na natin to ipa-partial discharge. So you can see here, sa taas, merong doon, no? What is partial discharge? Partial discharges, these are small electrical sparks that occurs in various points of equipment, insulation that are rated 3 kV and above. Partial discharge slowly creates corona, electrical trees, or surface tracking in imperfect insulation, and arcing that deteriorates equipment until failure. Since PDs are unnoticeable by the naked eye, hindi natin ito nakikita, no, ng ating mata. But Fluke I2-910 will help trace this insulation imperfection and discontinuities in an optimal way that the thermal scanners cannot see. So where does partial discharge happen? So in the insulation on high voltage line, as mentioned, pwede sa first private pole, yung XLPE natin, sa transformers, sa mga turbines, sa bus bar, insides of cabinet. But of course, as mentioned, 3 kV and above lang. Example, electricity generation facilities, transmission, networks, and distribution networks. Ano ba ang mga effects ng partial discharge? So mechanical, thermal, and chemical damage to insulators and conductors, which may end in catastrophic arc flashing. So ano ba yung mga types ng partial discharge? So presently sa amin, may 4 na types to, no? The first one is we call it the void or the internal discharge. This discharge is usually occurs due to the manufacturer's defect of solid insulation, high destructive to insulation. If a void feed is discovered, the insulator should be replaced. So majority ng partial discharge, pag void, are nandun sa mga insulators or sa mga PCB bushing. So itong sample naman na to, we call it the surface discharge. This is also known as surface tracking. It is discharge along the surface of insulation can be destructive. Moisture intrusion is also a common cause of surface partial discharge. Ito namang surface partial discharge, Normally ito sa mga instrument transformer that I mentioned. These are the PTs, the CTs, current transformer. Doon nakikita yan. And sometimes also on the BCB bushing. Moisture, no? Nagkaroon ng moisture doon sa component natin na yun. Pinasok siya ng moisture, kaya nagkakaroon, doon nagsisip in. So doon nag-i-start yung partial surface tracking na partial discharge. Itong pangatlo is the corona discharge. So this one, since we are more focused on the substation, medyo wala pa kaming na-encounter nito. The corona is a discharge to air from the sharp surface of a conductor. And then ito naman, ito na yung medyo arcing electrical breakdown producing a plasma discharge. This is an electrical breakdown of gas that produces a prolonged electrical discharge. Ito na yung nakikita natin na parang may kidlat, no? May kidlat na siya. So itong dalawa, corona and arcing electrical discharge, sa Fujihaya Inc., kasi we're more focused on the substation, the transformer, the switchgear, hindi namin to na-encounter. Normally, it's the void and the surface discharge are very common on the switchgear, 3 kV and above. So, what are the consequences? Of course, kapag nagkaroon kayo ng partial discharge, definitely switchgear failure na to, no? Maraming serious safety implication, collateral damage, maaring bukod sa pumutok yung PT natin, nasunog yung switchgear natin, or kaya may mga technician tayo or engineers na during the time na pagsabog is nagmo-monitor, yun yung magiging collateral damage. And of course, ito yung nagiging major problem ng mga facilities manager. Major disruption to kasi sira ang switchgear nyo, you need to replace it, no? Kung mga PT ang nasira, kung BCB ang nasira, medyo very expensive, no? Kasi nga automatic, kailangan ngayon pumutok, kailangan maghahanap kayo ng contractor na makakapag-supply sa inyo within that time na mabilisan, na the next day at the most, no? Normally mapapalitan na. So it will become very, very expensive kasi normally hindi na kayo talaga makakapag-discount talaga dito kasi lahat ng paraan gagawin nyo in order na mapa-on nyo kaagad ulit the next day yung substation nyo na nasira. So, but with this Fluke I2-910 Precision Acoustic Imager, ito siya. So you can see, para talagang thermal scanner lang siya. Ito yung front, no? Ito yung front, nakikita nyo na kagad yung image. Pero itong image na to, hindi to image, these are noise. As you can see, ito yung back niya. So sound ang kinukuha niya, kino-convert niya sa image na ganito. Pinapakita niya na sa inyo saan nagkakaroon o nag-i-start magkaroon ng partial discharge. I repeat, dapat ito sa 3 kV and above. For example, this one, ito is transformer or RMU, no? Na nandun sa XLPE cable. Nandun sa elbow. So this I2-910 can detect electrical partial discharge, a serious issue on insulators, transformers, the switchgear, high voltage power lines, because if left unchecked, these issues can cause blackouts, fires, explosion, or arc flashes. The I2-910 offers an all-in-one tool for catching leaks and PD issues. Frequency range, 2 kHz to 100 kHz. Distance, you can see, medyo mataas, no? Kaya kahit first private fault, 0.5 to more or less greater than or equal to 120 meters or in hanggang 393 feet. Minimum rate is 25 frames per second. Reporting functionality, actually yung I2-910, pwede siyang leak. So yung mga RMU natin na may gas or yung PDQ mode. Normally sa ngayon, we are, since April, nasa PDQ mode kami. So yung partial discharge mode, ang mga ipapakita kong sample projects. So you can see, ganito yung pinapakita ng partial discharge. First, may distance. So you can see here, it's 1.9 meters, no? Ibig sabihin, partial discharge is being used, this I2-910, na live yung ating switchgear. So doon natin makikita, tinututok lang siya doon sa mga switchgear natin, and then may pinapakitang distance, may pinapakita. Ito yung partial discharge count. You can see pulse counting, 30,122. And then, meron siyang invisible threat. Pag may nakita kayong invisible threat at may PD count na ni-register, automatic, may partial discharge. Nag-i-start na yung arc flash dito. No? Nagkakaroon na siya ng partial discharge. Itong dito sa kabila is the frequency spectrum. Itong frequency spectrum, you can see here, nakaano dito ang 30 to 50 kilohertz. So ito, tinataas lang to in order for the invisible threat na mas makita natin ng mas malinaw. So dito, in this case, in between siya ng 30 kilohertz hanggang 50 kilohertz. I repeat, itong nire-record na to are sound, pero kino-convert niya sa image. So, dyan yung mga naririnig natin na hissing sound. Ganun yung nangyayari pag during partial discharge. Ito yung palette naman ng dB scale natin, which is yung sound mismo, yung decibel. No? In between siya ng 27 decibel for the minimum hanggang 29 decibel. So, ito yung nire-record. Ito yung nakikita. So, I repeat, just like thermal scanning, this partial discharge equipment is being conducted during live condition. Yung frequency band na sinabi ko. Okay, these are some of our projects since April. Universal Robina in Batangas, Agoto Philippines, Kerry Manufacturing Philippines, Honda Philippines, the motorcycle, the JMS, the Brothers. So normally mga Japanese, Bandai, and then one Petrowin in Nabasaklan. So we also did the partial discharging. And then yeah, JMS, it's a healthcare center, but it's a medical equipment ang kanilang project. So ito yung mga sample project na I mentioned. You can see here, during preventive maintenance, for you, this is a first private pole. Para nyo makita ito, kailangan nyo ng basket or aakyatin ng technician nyo sa first private pole para nyo makunan na ito, yung mga ano pala natin doon. During PM, we need to clean, pero yung mga bolt, rusted na, no? Kung lalo na kung mga 25 years nang hindi pina-PPM, tapos pina-PM sa inyo, expect nyo na, you need to replace bolts na. No? Ito, kailangan nyo siyempre ng basket para nyo makakita at makapag-picture dito, para nyo ma-maintain ng tama. May rust and condensation juice are found in multiple parts of the first private pole. Pero pag may partial discharge tayo, yan yung unang picture na pinadala sa inyo. Kahit gaano kataas yan, no? Actually, this is a first private pole, so siguro mga 10 to 15 feet to, no? Unfortunately, hindi nakuha ng frame per second yung distance niya, but the PD is 30,584. You can see here, nasa baba kami, yung engineer ko, pinartial discharge na to, this is not thermal scanning. Naririnig niya, may nag-arc na doon, may sound na, may hissing sound na. Ito yung frame, natin, 40 kilohertz hanggang 60 kilohertz, and then decibel, ito yung sound na ini-emit noon na ganito kalayo, kaya niyang kunin. 22 decibel hanggang 24 ang maximum. Yun yung ini-emit na sound. So distance, hindi nga nakuha. So PD count of 30,584 pulse count per minute was detected in the rightmost and middle phases of first private pole. See, on this equipment, bago pa lang kayo mag-PM, no? Na isa-shutdown, alam nyo na may problema dun sa portion. So alam nyo na yung mga dadalhin. So automatic, yung mga kailangan palitan dyan, is coming from the bolted connection of the arrestor porcelain where the burr copper is connected. So you can see, ito yung sinample, rectification, so ang replacement of multiple parts ng first private pole. So ready na kayo. So pwede nyo na kaagad i-advise ang customer that we will be replacing these parts. Another sample. So you can see here, this one is nasa likod to ng high voltage switchgear na 34.5. Basta may invisible threat, as mentioned kanina, ito, meron. Nakikita na kayo, hindi na normal ang switchgear nyo kasi may nag-i-emit na to ng partial discharge sound. No? Nung, ayan, you can see, 1.9 meters. No? Was detected at the phase S and T of the Fuji BCD. So normally pag partial discharge count at ganyan may invisible threat, ang normal inaano lang namin dyan initially is The installation of space heater and hydrostat will help protect the switchgear from varying weather and temperature that will deteriorate the electrical equipment inside. There will be an observation if the PD at BCB1 will diminish over time with the space heaters installed. So mamaya ipapakita ko yung klase ng space heater na i-install namin. Replacement of the component or the vacuum circuit breaker itself must be possible if the presence ng PD is visible through our naked eye. Kapag nakikita na natin yung hissing sound na yun, na nag-i-spark, hopefully mamaya gumana yung video ko. No? Further recommendations will be given after installation and a week of 2 or monitoring. Okay, you can see here, yan naman, ito, yan, kitang-kita nyo, nasa bushing siya, no? Yung BCB, yung pinaka-case ng BCB. Basta may invisible threat na pinakita yung I-squared 910 namin, automatic yan. There must be actions na. So you can see here, 28,739 pulse count. 50 to 70 kilohertz, and the decibel, you can see mataas na, 32 decibels na siya, at 34 decibel ang maximum. Nasa 50 hertz to 70 kilohertz siya. It is recommended, as usual, palagi namin nire-recommend muna bago kami mag-recommend ng replacement, lagyan muna natin ng space heater kasi nagkakaroon to ng moisture. Especially kapag ang switchgear natin is nasa outdoor location, nasa labas. Okay, another example, this is one project na malapit sa sea. So you can see maliit, no? Pero nandun siya sa mga wall bushing naman to, pulse count per minute at frequency of 50 to 70 kilohertz. So yun pa rin. Normally, pag ganyan, condensation, we need a space heater. Space heater muna, then itatry uli namin. Kapag hindi talaga, in this case, this one, nung balikan namin, after malagyan namin ng space heater, medyo meron pa rin. So we recommended na i-replace na talaga yung mga wall bushing. Ito naman yung sinasabi. Ayan, you can see here, no? May PD count. Basta ganon, may invisible threat yan. Kita nyo na, may PD count at 1.5 distance. So 43 to 63 kilohertz, ang PD count nito is 30,000 and 29 ang decibel and 31 decibel. So, Yela, pakiano mo lang kung makikita to ha, at maririnig yung sound. This is a sample video that I prepared. So you can see. Look dito, yun no? Tignan nyo dito. So you can see na this one naka-naked eye na to, no? Naka-naked eye to. So you can see ito na yung partial discharge na pinakita ko kanina, no? You can see pag visible na sa naked eye, medyo delikado na to, no? As you can see dito sa video, bukod sa hugong, humuhugong na. Parang may nagpiprito na, no? May nagpiprito na. So pag ganito na, immediately you need to request a shutdown for this one. So medyo yung mga engineer ko excited kasi first time nila talaga na ma-actual na ganyan. So this is one project that we did. So the bushing. Ito pa isa. So ito after ng PM namin, bukod doon, you can see. Ganyan. Kapag naririnig nyo na yung ganyang prito sa switchgear ninyo, medyo mag-isip-isip na kayo. Medyo delikado na yan talaga. So immediately, you need to request an immediate shutdown. You need to rectify kung ano man yung mga dapat balikan. Kasi ito, mataas na talaga yung PD nito. The BCB upper bushing emits partial discharge through hissing. So ito yung nakukuha namin doon sa pinakita ko sa inyo kanina. PDQ, ito yung report talaga ng aming partial discharge. Aside from the picture na pinapakita kong ganito, may ganito na siya. Sinasabi yung pulse count at sinasabi kung corona siya, arcing, internal, 60%, 40%. Findings, the bushing of the BCB at NBSG emits PD activity and have a PD count of 26,000 per count per minute at the network frequency of 80 to 100 kilohertz. It is highly recommended. First is to install additional space heater to protect the switchgear from moisture and condensation. So bago namin pinapalitan, we tried na initin muna ng space heater kung mawawala. So you can see here, isang ginawa upon inspection ng high voltage. This is another project. Our team noticed a continuous hissing sound on the upper side of the BCB, which is unusual and critical for a system rated 36 kV. Partial discharge was detected in the line side of the BCB line. This shows that there is no hissing sound. So you can see this is before. Ang invisible threat, napakaliit. Ayun, di ba? Pero nung makita nyo yung sound, 18,000 yan. Before, and then nung malagyan namin ng space heater, yan, ito na yun after. Wala na siyang partial discharge. So ganyan yung sinasabi ko na nangyayari kapag hindi nyo na-predict yung partial discharge sa component natin. Like for instance, this one, PT to. And normally sa PT, nasa line side 2 ng BCB. So puputok ang fuse, maapektuhan to, putok din ang poste ni Meralco, automatic. Iimbestigahan kayo ng Meralco dyan. Aside from replacing this potential transformer, you need to test your XLPE cable, you need to test your switchgear, you need to test your transformer kung naapektuhan. Kasi hindi yan ipapa-energize ng Meralco pag nalaman na pumutok ang potential transformer natin. Ito namang sa kabila, yan. Ito yung tinatawag kong surface tracking. You can see sa current transformer na to, ito naman yung medyo naapektuhan. So yan, mag-i-emit din yan ng partial discharge. Okay, yung kanina sinabi ko, normally pag outdoor kayo, you need to put a space heater. So yan yung mga space heater na mukha. So yung nilalagay namin, normally malapit kayo sa PT or BCB na bushing. And then this one, kasi outdoor to, and then you can see here, yung mga nagpapagawa ng switchgear dyan, outdoor na to. Pero minsan, because of cost, yung mga kalaban namin, hindi na naglalagay ng barrier, panel to panel. You can see open na open. So ang tendency, naapektuhan yung temperature natin dito sa loob kasi bukas na bukas siya. Okay, this is our team. So yan yung partial discharge ko. And I think may time pa ako, Yela, no? So, i-share ko na rin saglit. Our company. Very brief lang. So mga 5 minutes lang to. As Fujihaya AIM. So we are established in 1996 with Fujihaya Group of Companies. And so almost 26 or 27 years na kami. These are composed of highly qualified engineers and technicians. Ito yung aming mga affiliate or sister companies, Fujihaya Electric, UNCAO, Acuben, in charge of our publication, UNCAO, in charge of distribution of LS and BCB items, Fujihaya Electric, the manufacturing of switchgear, and then our principal are Fuji Electric from Japan, LIS from Korea, and for our capacitors and series reactor are coming from Suzuki, Japan, and Thailand. So these are our services, transformer maintenance and testing, switchgear. So you can see here, so we're doing the testing of different items, the transformer, the switchgear, all the vacuum circuit breaker, contact resistance, and then protective meter calibration, protective relay calibration. And then this is, of course, the very common thermographic scanning. We also do the power quality analysis, the supply and installation of electrical equipment, the repair and retrofit of substation, and the power flow and design. Ito yung aming mga ito yung aming PQA. And then, of course, our ETAP. We're using ETAP on our electrical design analysis. So you can see latest accomplished project namin ng mga power system analysis or electrical design analysis are normally Japanese. And then for the commercial establishment, normally our Fujihaya Electric sales already including it for major projects like MDC or Megaworld. And then these are Vidos Hotel, etc. So for the retrofits, one of our customer is replacing the 32 ACBs of SM South Mall in Las Piñas. You can see here the breakers. This is not Fujihaya switchgear, but they requested us to, we won the project by request, they requested us to, all the Siemens ACBs must be replaced and also install a digital meter for each feeders. So these are 32 ACBs. So we did that 2 at a time in every schedule. So kasi kailangan within 6 hours, alas 12 magpapatay, kailangan alas 6. Kailangan naming matapos kagad. So yan, as you can see, LS na siya, tapos may digital metering pa. So ito yung ginagawa namin, tinetest pa rin namin yung ACB, and then ito na yung completion project. Ito yung completion project ng project na yun na 32 ACB with the necessary digital meter, tapos naka-ano pa to, naka-BMS pa yan. Nilagyan namin ng laptop para ano nila yung mga output ng digital meter, mariread nila. Of course, we're doing the retrofit of replacement of vacuum circuit breaker. Kung kahit anong, whatever your vacuum circuit breaker is, be it Fuji, be it Schneider, be it Siemens, we can replace it with our LSIS BCB. And then for the capacitor bank, we also do. So yung mga capacitor bank natin, kung walang series reactor, we can also do that, like Ichinomiya project. These are Japanese. The Brothers, this is also a Japanese project. So these are, ang dami na naming replace ng mga retrofits ng capacitor, BCBs, ACBs. So kapag may ACBs kayo, if you are in facilities, not necessarily kung ang ano nyo doon, Merlin-Gerin, wala na kayong makukuha ng Merlin-Gerin. We need to retrofit na yon. Kung sa amin, ang ginagamit namin is LIS from Korea na ACB para medyo ano siya, competitive. And then pag BCB, whatever the brand, we can retrofit it. No? So you can see here, marami na kaming nagawa. And then for our ACB supplied na LS, we're very famous with Makati Development, and almost siguro 50 to 60% ng Watermark project in Luzon are being supplied using the LS breakers already. So you can see the latest here will be the Subic and Santa Rosa. And then of course, you can see iba-iba na Subu, etc. I think the newest dyan is Bacoor. And then for Abida Towers, we're also doing the preventive maintenance of all Abida right now. I think 8 Abida Towers are being maintained by us. And for Robinsons, these are the projects that we already supplied the LSIS. And for Megaworld projects, you can see medyo mas dumadami pa yan, specifically doon sa Iloilo area, ang dami na namin ay supply doon. So we're also supplying low voltage panel board and energy saving. So sa PM naman, so LSB na, Hanjin, bago sila nagsara, yung mga Japanese, Isuzu, Terumo, we're doing all of this, Toshiba, yearly na to na nagpapag-PM sa amin. So you can see during PM, the problem namin sa mga malalaking customers na ganito, during shutdown talaga siya, December 30, 31, December 24, 25. So starting December 6 hanggang January 2, talagang fully booked na kami with our existing customers right now. Okay, that's all. And our promise, our ultimate goal is total customer satisfaction. Fujihaya aims unique alliance with other Fujihaya companies enable us to offer a one-stop electrical solution from component sales to panel board fabrication, from installation and commissioning to audit, inspection, and maintenance. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. This is our contact number. Itong presentation na to, nasa TCPDC na to, so you can just request it. Okay, Unique, Monique, siguro 2 to 3 questions I can entertain. Pinatawagan ako ni Cobb Ebwen Hindi ko alam kung bakit, so hindi ko masagot. Ano bang ano natin?
Thank you very much, Sir Herrera. So for our first question, sir, is it similar to a UV scanner? Coming from our network, I guess it's during your...
No, in terms of the output, no, because this partial discharge, sound ang kinukuha niya, nag-i-emit lang siya ng ano, nung parang pinaka-picture, no? Yung pinaka-ano niya. Kasi UV scanner, normally pag nag-scan ka, talagang ang pinapakita mo lang, yung nakikita mo, but not the sound. Ito kasi sound talaga.
For the next
What is
question,
UDT?
sir?
What is UDT? Sorry? Ultra, ano ba yan?
Violet, ano?
Ultraviolet, that's different. it's different. Kasi ito, it's more of sound. Yung pinarinig ko sa inyo, ganun yung mga pag visible na sa ear natin, delikado na yan.
For the next question, sir, if the environment where you will conduct PD measurement, how will it affect the results of PD measurement?
As you can see, yung sounds niya specifically naka-point no, sa equipment. Hindi siya from the outside. Doon siya mismo sa equipment na tinututukan mo ng PD. Hindi siya nag-a-add ng ano. Specific siya doon lang sa area na tinutok mo na parang thermal scanning ang dating. So specific, so it could be the BCB, the potential transformer, or the XLPE cable.
And last but not the least questions, during factory acceptance test, paano po ang test niyan sa switch gears? At ano ang criteria of acceptance?
Unang-una, during factory acceptance test, since hindi energized, you cannot conduct the partial discharge test. But if you want, during the acceptance sa site, sa FAT sa site, before you energize the switchgear or during your energization, you can conduct this partial discharge test na. Kung sino man na nag-supply ng substation nyo, 3 kV and above, including the transformer, including the XLPE cable na in-install ninyo para ma-assure nyo na talagang walang mali o walang sabit dun sa mga construction na ginawa nila. Sa criteria naman, this is a very new equipment. So we are still evaluating because as per Fluke mismo, wala silang criteria. So initially ngayon, sa amin, pag 30,000 and above, we are also considering also the decibel. No? Yung decibel, tinitignan din namin kung gaano kalakas na yung sound. So yun yung mga nasa passing rate namin. So initially, pag kami yung nag-PPM, sinasama na namin to sa offer namin na bago namin ipatayin, we also do the partial discharge para identify na kagad namin na may problema sa first private pole, may problema sa BCB nyo, may problema, possible na maging problema sa PT and CT natin. Yes, Monique.
That's the 3 questions already, sir. Are you all going to entertain some more questions?
Baka may susunod na sa akin. Depende sa ano nyo. Baka may
So
susunod
maybe
na.
we can request our beloved BP for External Affairs contact number or email address for those who still have questions. I guess a lot of
yung email ko.
members
Yes. Pakiano mo na lang yung email ko sa kanila dito sa group chat, no? Email address ko para at least ano nila kung kailangan. In terms of cost naman, no? In cost, you can ask directly Fluke, no, for the cost ng equipment. Pero in terms of dun sa mismong services namin, kapag normally nagpa-PM kayo sa amin, tinitiway ko na to. Kapag kami ang nag-preventive maintenance, kasama na siya. Pero kung ipapagawa ninyo at sa iba kayo normally, gusto nyo lang ma-assure na kung ano na yung possible na maging problema sa substation nyo, I repeat, 3 kV and above, we can do that. Hindi naman siya ganun kamahal. I-email nyo lang sa akin ang single line nyo at kung ano yung kailangan. Ang maganda kasi dito, just like thermal scanning, you can do it during the live portion, no? Live portion. But since medyo 3 kV and above to, medyo safety lang tayo. So safety lang yung mga technician, no, when we are conducting this partial discharge test. Kasi mas malaki na siya na kV, no? Medyo 3 kV is medyo dangerous na talaga. Okay?
So thank you very much, Sir Alberto Herrera Jr., our VP for External Affairs. We're done with the
Thank you very
Q&A.
much.
And at this moment, I will now read the citation for the Certificate of Appreciation. So the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, this Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Fuji Haya Electric for imparting valuable insights as sponsored technical presenter during the 2022 National Mid-Year Convention Technology Caravan with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on May 26, 2022 via Zoom. Signed by Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Sulicar, the Chairman for Iiee TCPDC, and signed by Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, the National President.
Thank you, Monique. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Alberto Herrera Jr. for providing us insights on the topic partial discharge. We are very sure that our delegates have learned a lot from your presentation. Once again, a big round of applause. We would like to remind our delegates to please utilize the Q&A chat box so that your questions will be answered by our resource speaker. And of course, we would like to remind the resource speaker that if you hear this sound, you still have 5 minutes left to wrap up the presentation. And please stay with us for the open forum. For today, we will be having Prime Power Energy System Incorporated, represented by their Senior Sales and Marketing Executive, Ms. Mary Rosie Macalde, together with Mr. Ivan Shu, Sales Manager, International Department of WeTown Group Corporation Limited. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good morning to all my fellow electrical engineers. So just let me share my screen. So I hope you can all hear me loud and clear. So today, before I proceed with my presentation, which will focus mainly on busway system, to be presented by our principal all the way from China, Mr. Evan Su of WeTown. Let me first give a brief introduction about our company, Prime Power Energy System, Inc. So this presentation is held in collaboration of WeTown Group. So our company has been established since 2010, and we are an established electrical and mechanical equipment supplier and contractor for commercial and industrial buildings. So we are located in Pasig, our main office, but we also have our Cebu and Palawan offices to cater the Vismin projects. So our warehouse is located in Marilao, Bulacan. And our board of directors are all Filipino, which are inspired, dedicated, and client-centered. So just a brief introduction. We are now on our 12th year of operation, active category B PCAB, member of Philippine Green Building Council since 2017, and we have combined project delivery all over the Philippines.
Excuse me, Ma'am Mary Rose.
Yes, Madam.
May we request for your presentation to be full screen? We can see the slides on the screen.
Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay. So moving on, our company, from our name itself, mostly our projects are generator sets. And then we are also supplying transformers. We have been in partnership with Artaland Corporation. For our bus duct system, which will be the main topic of today's presentation, this was inked in a 3-year agreement with MDC since 2017 and recently renewed for 2021 to 2023. So we are also a substation system integrator, projects with Will Tower and Robinson's projects. So aside from product presentation like this, pre-pandemic, we have been active exhibitor. So hopefully this coming November, we can join again. So Prime Power, we do the supply, but we also do the installation and preventive maintenance together with our sister company, Diamond Power and Nexus Prime. So our products are categorized in 3 major categories: electrical, mechanical, and technical services. So as I have said a while ago, we have generator sets, which can be open or silent type, standby or prime power application. So recently, these are the major projects that we have with Cebu Land Masters for their various developments. Mandani Bay Cebu, Cebu Exchange, Centrium, SMC Davao Power Plant. So mostly are commercial and power industrial. So aside from that, we have transformers, substation, cast resin dry type, oil type, pad mounted, pole mounted, or substation projects. So we have supplied our largest in Glorieta district cooling system. This is around 6,300 kVA cast resin transformers. Ongoing with Solar North, this one is pad mounted. And for Robinson's Tacloban, cast resin also. And for Vista Mall, same also. So our bus duct, this one is a WeTown brand. So this one is flexible and compact, available ranging from 200 ampere to 6,300 ampere, both in copper and aluminum conductor, and mylar and epoxy insulation. So this will be discussed thoroughly in the later part of our presentation. So this WeTown busway, we have used the various developers like MDCs, JG Summit, Cityland, Mega World, Vistaland, and many other more. So we also do switch gears, may it be low voltage or medium voltage, breakers, ATS, MTS, or synchronizing panels. So we can cater that part. For UPS or diesel rotary UPS, we also have Pillar, Schneider, and Legrand. Acoustic attenuators, this is, we have imported or local attenuators. This is used for duct attenuators and acoustic louvers, acoustic doors, enclosure for genset, and exhaust silencers. So we also have chillers and other products. Related to genset installation works, we do our design and installation services. And aside from that, we do also the service and maintenance of the equipment we supplied, and sometimes even the equipment supplied by other suppliers. So our key clients are mostly developers, GenCon, construction management. So that's it for our presentation and a brief introduction of our company. So for now, I will turn over the screen sharing to Mr. Evan Su, who will discuss about WeTown bus duct. So, Mr. Evan.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. My name is Evan Su, and glad to be invited by my partner Prime Power team. And it's my honor to join this Iiee convention to give introduction to everyone for WeTown, for our company and our products. Okay. Right now, I would like to give a PPT introduction, including our company and our main products. Try to help everyone to get better understanding of us. Firstly, I would like to give our company introduction and to show the weight and strength and our job reference. Third, I would like to give introduction about our international certification regarding our products. Fourth, it's about our innovation, automation, state-of-the-art manufacturing of our factory. Number 5, our complete value chain. Number 6, our partnership with multinational companies, the 500 Fortune companies. And number 7, our product family. We are one of the top busway manufacturers in the world. We have over 30 years experience in busway development, manufacturing, and sales in China. And our products including high and low voltage busway, switchgear, switchboard, intelligent components, copper, aluminum bar, tin-coated copper, supports, hangers. We have over 10 domestic and overseas subsidiaries and 4 manufacturing bases in China, with an area of 136,000 square meters and a building area about 84,000 square meters. Winton has been recognized as the key high new technology enterprise of National Torch Plan and the National Credit Enterprise in China. And we have established Jiangsu Protocol Innovation Practice Base. Our trademark was recognized as China Well-known trademark. This is the scope of our business. And the key milestones of our development. We start at 1986, and in 2004, we reform of our busway company. Next year, we set up China's first busway R&D and testing center. And 2007, we became OEM partner for GE Web Pro busway system. 2008, we formed copper and aluminum conductor and aluminum casing company to open up our upstream materials supply chain. 2009, we launched our new generation of LV series busway. 2012, we acquired Power Plus, which is the busway product is designed by BICC and many markets in Hong Kong and Macau. 2013, we set up Winton Electric Global Company to explore LOC market. And in 2015, our brand was recognized as China Well-known trademark. 2016, we became ABB's partner in busway products. 2017, we set up a joint venture with Westinghouse. And 2020, we turned our own testing lab was certified by CNAS. We are the biggest busway manufacturer in China, not only our land area, but also our manufacturing capacity. Our annual output for busway, it is 700,000 meters per year. For copper bar, it is 10,000 tons. For aluminum profiles, 4,000 tons. And the type of units is 30,000 units per year. Since 2011, our low voltage bus duct market share and export volume keeps ranking first in China national brand companies. This is our low voltage bus duct market share in domestic market. And some typical job reference in China, including the Beijing Olympic Stadium, the Bird's Nest, Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge, Beijing Daxing International Airport, Shanghai World Expo. And our partnerships and customers in China. 2007, we established our international business department, and our busway products already exported to over 40 countries and regions, including Southeast Asia, Australia, Europe, South America, Russia, South Africa. These are some overseas job references, like Singapore Manila Basin, Kuwait Airport, New Jahara Hospital, PPM Conrad Hotel in Dubai, ShoDC in Thailand, Paradise Shopping Center in Bulgaria, Mandarin Shopping Center, Iveco Truck Plant, Palmetto Hotel, Trump Tower, and also we have a lot of local job reference in Philippine market, which I believe that will already be shared by my partner from Power team. Our international certification. We have a lot of extensive certifications. Firstly, regarding our factory, we have 7 system certifications, including the ISO 9001, OSAS, ISO 14001, OSAS 18001, SAE, H-Sound Social Accountability, After Sales Service, Intellectual Property, Enterprise, Industrialization, and Informalization. Our products has obtained a lot of international certification and being certified by some world famous labs like UL, Kemaku, Asta, CE, Rose, EAC. Right now it's instead of those are CDAT, Triple C, and China Energy Conversation. We have 3 R&D centers in headquarters in our factory, and also in Nanjing and in Guangzhou. Our products have nearly 200 busway patents and 50 invention patents. We also have cooperation with China's famous universities to develop and improve the performance of our busway products. Our lab was certified by CNAS, recognized by CNAS in 2020, which means some type test we could conduct by ourselves and could be also recognized by some famous test lab. For busway, the conductor is mainly copper and aluminum, and the housing will adopt a high conductivity aluminum profile. For copper bar, the copper content, the purity is more than 99.9935, and conductivity is more than 58 megasiemens per meter, which is higher than our national standard. Our bus duct's loss could be reduced by 3 to 5%. And for the aluminum profile, we use high thermal conductivity profile. For the aluminum bar, our aluminum conductor, the conductivity could be more than 34, which is also higher than our national standard. And for the busway, we have 2 options of insulation, including the polyester film and also the epoxy insulation. For the bus bar, we all adopt the tin plating process. Our intelligent manufacturing base, which is a highly automatic production line. We have also a most complete value chain and quality management, starting from the measurements to raw material, to engineering, design, to assembly, inspection, to packing, and logistic, and to final installation service. Our product chain, our automatic fluidized bed epoxy line, powder coating line, and the mental sheet line, busway assembly line, and the components production line for vacuum circuit breaker and MCCB automatic production line, switchgear production line, we have started cooperation with GE since 2007, and 2012 we became strategic partnership with Honeywell, and in 2016 we became strategic partner with Westinghouse and ABB. This is our cooperated products with ABB, with Westinghouse, and why we choose busway instead of cable for some certain application cases. We think in some certain cases, busway is some kind of more efficient, more reliable, and more economical compared with cable. For the distribution mode, we could see, for example, maybe in some high-rise buildings or residential, busway system is only one, maybe it's the main like tree distribution system compared with cable. And for the capacity, busway the current ratings capacity is higher. And for the design, it is sandwich structure, compact design. So without the chimney effect to reduce the potential risk during operation. And our distribution system is for the busway, it will have the outlet equipped with type-off unit. So it is easier for each piece of equipment to have its own protection, which greatly reduces the impact of faults and local isolation which could be more simple. And for installation, busway, because it is a modular design, section by section. So for installation could be much more easier and saving time. The joint is connected with a single bolt and no special requirement for expensive specialist of tools. So which will also save for cost saving purpose in installation. And for the resources requirements, space requirements, it is more saving. Busway, the size is very small, only 100 to 25 millimeters wide or width, which takes a smaller space. And for the power utilization, it has a reserved outlet, only needs to replace the protection device while upgrading capacity. And for maintenance, it only maybe if some and some certain section you have issue could be replaced very easily. And for labor cost, we think that it is also much more easier for engineers to do installation. We think that so in time saving purpose, the project could be finished on time ahead of schedule. So this in time saving purpose, there will be much more cost saving. And here I do a cost comparison between the material and the labor. So in labor cost saving purpose, because cable also needs a cable tray. To do some comparison that in some certain cases, like some high-rise buildings, some big factory or mixture use, commercial building or residential, busway, it will has its advantages. So here is a summary. So for long-term investment cost, busway compared with cable, it can save 50 to 60%. And for the lifespan, busway could be at least 30 years. And for insulation performance, it is more than 20 mega ohm. The occupying space, busway is much smaller. And mechanical strength, the busway is use the housing aluminum profile, which is also strong, have a good mechanical strength and high protection degree. And for the power distribution, we have the standard outlet, which could offer the multiple outlets for plug-in box and type of units to increase our branch circuit and without disconnecting power supply, which is also easier for maintenance and easy installation. And here I would like to introduce our low voltage compact busway, LV series compact busway system. This is a general technical parameters. So it is range could be from 200 to 6,300 amp. Has a good heat dissipation performance and a flexible configuration, high security and a steady operation features. This is our busway design for different current ratings. And an explosion picture to show the structure of our busway products. Our high conductivity copper and aluminum conductor. And the electroplating automatic line we used to do the tin plating process for our busway conductors. All the production line, every section, every portion, it is controlled by return by ourselves. So we have the most complete production line. I think even in the world, return is could be the only one which have the full production value chain. The high performance aluminum alloy housing we used. It could have a good and fast heat dissipation. And it passed 2,000 hours salt fault resistance test. Our polyester film mylar insulation used. And optional epoxy insulation. For busway housing, we use two pieces design, which greatly improves our IP protection degree. Could be IP66. And for the boat, we use the German Bauhof riveting technique to do riveting process, which makes our busways production is more stable. And our butterfly cold pressing type welding technology is utilized in our outlet design, which is a true outlet design. Okay. Compared with outlets, we find out that the heat dissipation parameter and production class could be up to IP54. Our type of units, for our type of box, could be equipped with some the most we've seen brand MCCBs in the market. Our plug-in box outlet design and a unique joint design. We have the temperature indicator in our joint, which could give only one to inspection team, which part maybe have potential high temperature risk. We could have a visual scene in time. This is a cartoon to show how the installation of our busway system by a single bolt joint could be easily to do the installation for this system. And our flange end unit to connect with other equipments. And also we have the intelligent components which could be optional added into our busway monitoring systems, which could also monitor the count ratings, the temperature rise, the high humidity warning, leakage current warning, and unbalanced current warning, and harmonic overlimit warning for our busway system. So model components we used could be added in our joint part to monitor the joint part some parameters. And the monitoring device we used could be added in our type of units. So it could be a localized busway monitoring system with some with 4G or 3G network. And this is our busway products, including back busway, pastorism busway, lightning busway, and a medium and high voltage busway.
Hello, Sir Ivan. I guess you're on mute. Are you still presenting? Hello, sir. You're on mute. Can you turn on your microphone?
Hello. Yes. Could you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Maybe network because I'm in China. So maybe the network, global network, maybe not very stable to me. I'm sorry. because I'm just continue to give introduce. Just give introduce. So could I continue? Could you hear me now?
The connection is not quite good.
Okay, sorry for this. Okay, so I continue.
So we have 5 minutes left for your presentation.
Yes, I think also my presentation will be nearly finished. I just introduced our newly launched products, the compact busway, okay, and our products family, including the busway and copper conductor, aluminum conductor, and also our switchgear products and intelligent components. Tinko digital copper strip, spots and hangers. Okay, thank you. This is an introduction about our company and the products.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So that concludes the presentation of Prime Power Energy System Incorporated and WeTown Electric Group Corporation Limited. Now we will proceed to the question and answer portion. So we have a question here. It says that is WeTown the OEM of GE ABB brand, Busduck and Cox Dutch brand Busduck? Thanks.
I will let Mr. Evan answer that.
Hello. Yes, we are the OEM partner of GE ABB, right? Because GE, I think they already sold their industrial department to ABB. So right now in the market, it is ABB. And we are the OEM partner for this brand for them. Yes.
Thank you. And another question here. What
Yes.
is the common lead time for the fabrication of busways for auxiliary systems, application, and substations?
Okay, for that question, due to the large capacity production capability of WeTown, depending on the length, they can manufacture as fast as 1 week. If it's for a high-rise building, it may take up to 30 days.
All right. Is there any more question left? So upon checking, no more questions left in our Q&A chat box. So again, thank you very much to Prime Power Energy System Incorporated and WeTown Electric Group Corporation Limited. And we're done with our Q&A. At this moment, I will now read the citation for the Certificate of Appreciation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Prime Power Energy System Incorporated for imparting valuable insights as sponsored technical presenter during the 2022 National Mid-Year Convention Technology Caravan. With a team leadership rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery, held on May 26, 2022 via Zoom. Signed by Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Sulicar, the chairman for Iiee TCPDC, and signed by Engineer Feliciano F. Padre III, the national president. Once again, thank you very much to our resource speakers, Ms. Mary Rosie Macalde and Mr. Ivan Shu.
Thank you also, Iiee.
So we will have an early lunch break. We will be back by 12 noon for the third topic, PE mentoring. So don't go away. Sit back and enjoy your lunch, guys.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the Iiee, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published, or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the Iiee, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the Iiee itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Welcome back to our technology caravan. We would like to remind our resource speaker that if you hear this sound, you have remaining 5 minutes to wrap up your presentation, and please stay with us for the open forum. Moving on, let me introduce our resource speaker for this afternoon. He graduated as cum laude with a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from Divine Word University, Tacloban City. He was the 2016 to 2018 Governor of Iiee Middle East Gulf Region, currently known as the Foreign Region. Member of the Upper Committee from 2017 to 2020. He served as the 2012 Chairman of the Philippine Professional Organization State of Qatar. He's presently affiliated with Technique FMC, a multinational company based in Qatar, as their proposals department manager. An incorporator and holding the position as CEO president in an incorporation based in the Philippines. He has more than 35 years of relevant experience in engineering, design, project management and construction, contracts review and proposals, network planning, power system analysis, testing and commissioning, operation and maintenance related to power utility corporation, petrochemical refineries, oil, gas, onshore and offshore facilities, industrial facilities, and other capital-intensive companies. Let us all welcome Engineer Robert T. Mabulay.
Thank you, Ms. Monica, for that very generous introduction. Magandang hapon sa Pilipinas at magandang umaga dito sa Middle East. I'm based in Qatar, joining you online. First, may I share my presentation? Is my presentation can be seen from your side?
Yes, sir, we can see it now.
Very good, very good. So, yes, good morning once again to the Middle East and good afternoon, Philippines. I'll be presenting about PE mentoring, of course, with my committee, which will be introduced as we go along with my presentation. Moving forward, the presentation as part of this PE mentoring will cover the following. About us, the PE mentoring committee, which has been institutionalized last July 2021. And the objective of the committee We'll also share with you the qualification of PE applicants, which is giving more interest of those practitioners who would like to upgrade their PRC license from REE to PE. The mentoring process flow, it will covers from A to Z in the process of your application, of course, with the assistance of the PE mentoring committee. We'll have also the committee activity to demonstrate and give you some evidence of what are we doing and what you can get from all the helping hands that PE mentoring committee is extending to each and every member, especially those who are dreaming to be a PE. So to start about us, of course, as I said, the other part of the presentation will be presented by my fellow members of the committee. But about us, you will have this take home. Of course, I will have some introduction, how we conceptualize the PE mentoring, the memo and related guidelines, committee structure, the organizational chart of the composition of PE mentoring, the orientation seminars and training workshop we are conducting, and of course, the committee KPI. So to start about us, the committee has been conceptualized or realized in 2021, first with a meeting with the stakeholders, of course, those honorable gentlemen behind this conception of the committee, and it was also represented by the national president. At that time, the national president was not available, so it was the secretary, Alberto R. Herrera Jr., who represented brainstorming and to discuss all about how the PE mentoring could be institutionalized. And of course, after that, it was followed by the issuance of the memo on the PE mentoring committee appointment that entails all the appointees from the core committee and to the regional committee, which was issued at that time in July 2021 under the leadership of the Iiee National President, Engineer Alan Anthony Alvarez. And yes, the reason why the committee has been formed is to institutionalize the PE mentoring program. It was there since 2009. In fact, in Qatar, we started mentoring in 2009, but it was not yet that, I mean, the campaign was not that propagated like now that it is already institutionalized, so everyone can participate, and the mentoring program has been more comprehensive. These are the different memos, memorandum or letters or resolutions that are giving a significant role of the formation of the committee and even in the PE mentoring program. So the first on the left is the committee appointment in 17 March 2022, which is composed now the 2022 core committee, the National PE Mentoring Committee, which is composed of myself, Robert Q. Mabulay, former Governor Francis Arcalanyo, former Governor Alwin M. Lonas, former Governor Joseph Darin Claire Solicar, and former President Edgardo Estibal from the Middle East region. And it will be also shown the other committee members region level as we go along with my presentation. The next memo I would like to share with you is about the appointment in 17 July, the original one when we have been formalized. And the other memo I would like to share is the memorandum order number 40, applicants, the application in the new normal. I think you have been aware that in the past 2 years, though the pandemic was there, we still continue the program, and we were allowed, or there was some resolution given for the conduct of the process on the upgrade of the PRC license from RAE to PEE, which is the initiative of our Board of Electrical Engineering Board. So we never stop, they never stop. The dreams of our practitioner to upgrade to PE was still there because of that NEMO issue. Then we have also this equally important memorandum 008-2022 criteria for PE mentors. In the program of PE mentoring, everybody can coach, everybody can guide or share some knowledge, but we have the so-called legitimate mentors. Who are those? Those are that will be able to sign the affidavits and will sign the certificate that will be attached, which is now required in the when submitting the PER. And these people or this professional practitioner must be a professional electrical engineer who are abreast of the new innovations in the procedure, guidelines, in the application of the upgrade of PRC license from RAE to PE, and they are undergoing mentorship, proficiency, webinar, and workshop. So the intention here is that all mentors should be able to guide their mentee in that passion of having the new guidelines and innovations that has been introduced. I'm sure if you are a PE three decades ago, just guess who is there 3 decades ago or 2 decades ago, and the recent one, there are a lot of innovations introduced. The subjects that are covered in the preparing of the TER, the way you present from the preliminary screening up to the final oral interview. Moving forward, the other significant document or memorandum is the PRBE resolution, resolution series 06 series 2021 guideline for creation of career progression and specialization program for RAE profession. I'm sure you are aware of this Dublin Accord, Washington Accord, and all these level 7 qualification frameworks. This is related to that, and this resolution is now associated with the 7920 RAE law. That later in my presentation on the qualification, you will notice that it is mentioned RA 7920 blending with 10968, which is 10968 is related to this guideline for creation of career progression. And most of you are aware that a PE now is equivalent to level 7 like a master's degree. The next document I'm sharing is the PRBA Resolution 2 Series 2021 guideline for online final oral exam. For the others who are not aware, we are now allowed to conduct per resolution, as per Resolution 2 Series 2021, to conduct final oral exam online, which was really very important and beneficial, not only for those people working abroad, because we are based in Philippines, but also to avoid the spread or flatten the spread of the COVID. So this was the intention, that in spite of the COVID situation, the trying times, we still continue in pursuing our dream to upgrade our license from RE to PE, and of course, to protect also our Board of Electrical Engineers, that they are not, exposed, or even the participant or the applicants will not be exposed. So there's a resolution issue that an online final oral exam is possible, with of course some guidelines and restrictions part of this resolution. And I would like also to share the 2 important documents as part of the application, which is I'm sure you are familiar of this, because most of us, especially those are underwent the RAE exam, you have encountered this form, the PRC Form 101, which is also highlighted for the requirement of the PRC license for PEE, or Professional Electrical Engineer. And the second PRC document that I would like to share, and I'm showing here in the screen, is the Form 103. And pretty sure most of you who took the exam for RE is familiar of this document, which I included as it is equally important for you to be reminded that these are the two important PRC form that we will be filling up while applying your upgrade from RE to PE. Now, for the committee structure, let me proudly present my fellow member of PE Mentoring Committee. Of course, the PE Mentoring Committee is under the overseer are the National Executive Committee. So as I said, the committee is chaired by myself, and the 4 members, which is covering the Philippines and abroad, as we have 12 chapters, foreign chapters that includes, of course, the Singapore and Cayman Island. The other 10 are the Middle East region chapter, which start from Qatar chapter, Eastern region chapter Saudi Arabia based on Al-Khobar, Central region Saudi Arabia based in Riyadh, Western region Saudi Arabia chapter based in Jeddah, and we have also in southern part of Saudi Arabia, we have also the UAE, United Arab Emirates, which is based in Dubai, and we have also the Abu Dhabi chapter, we have the Kuwait chapter, we have the Bahrain chapter, the Oman chapter that composes the 10 Middle East or foreign Middle East region chapter, plus, of course, as I said, the Cayman Island and the Singapore. So for the Luzon area, our member of the committee that covers the area is the former Governor Francis R. Calanyo. And for Bicol and Visayas area, we have our member of the committee, former Governor Engineer Alwin Imlonas, who will be also presenting part of the total presentation. And for the Mindanao, which covers the northern, the southern, and western Mindanao, we have former Governor Engineer Joseph Darin Clear Solicar. And for the foreign Middle East region, we have the former chapter president of Qatar, Engineer Edgardo T. Estibal. And for the regional level committee, we have also for the Middle East region, we have the former Governor Dini S. Hornia. He covers the foreign and Middle East region, including Cayman Island and Singapore. The Metro Manila region, which is quite huge also, is Engineer Arwin F. Guyena. Southern Luzon region is Engineer Francis Dini Del Mendo. And for the Central and Northern Luzon region, we have Engineer Joel F. Poronda, a former chapter president of Dubai. For Bicol Eastern region and Visayas region, we have Engineer Raulito C. Baldonado Jr. The Northern Mindanao, who is currently undergoing the preliminary of the first batch in the southern Mindanao. So Northern Mindanao region is Romel Umbena, the former governor as well. Southern Mindanao is Engineer Wilson Peria. Western Mindanao is Engineer Christian Maligro. So this is the composition of the committee up to regional level. The intention I would like to introduce so that it will be easier for the members to approach pertaining to PE mentoring. And the orientation seminars that we basically conduct, of course, in the first quarter of the year, we encourage that all chapters who has PE mentoring committees should conduct the orientation seminar and workshop for the upgrade of PRC license from RE to PE. So we already created a standard orientation presentation that covers the guidelines, the requirements, and the procedures, and the different activities, how we catered or the PE mentoring committee help and reach out the aspirants. So this is mostly this happens in the first quarter of the year. And of course, for those chapters or regions that they don't have previous mentoring committee, we can also conduct special schedules for them, not to stop the campaign of having more qualified PE engineers in the Philippines. The other trainings and seminars we conduct is the PE mentorship proficiency webinar and workshop, which I mentioned a while ago, which is very important to train the trainers as tools for them in guiding, overseeing the mentees. So last March 18, we had the PE mentorship proficiency webinar attended by 300 professional electrical engineers from Philippines and abroad. So in this PE mentoring proficiency webinar and workshop, we covered the different topics, which is, of course, the technical course for developing a technical engineering report. So after this workshop, the mentor will be able to guide his mentee in preparing the technical engineering report, preparation of preliminary screening, and final oral examination. Of course, we want them to be ready in the initialization of their application, getting the approval of the title and outline. So there's nowadays it is now through a PowerPoint presentation. And the final oral interview, which is to defend your TER, it is also in a PowerPoint presentation. So we train them, we give them the guidance and references, and of course, as much as possible, we conduct some mock interview to practice and keep them ready in facing the Board of Electrical Engineering during those presentation sessions. And then, very important, of course, to be a PE is not just getting the license of PE, but to mold you as a professional with the ethics, good governance, and professional practice. So this is part of the mentorship proficiency webinar. And the classroom seminars, which is conducted per chapter or per region, or we can also do it upon request of a group of aspirants. And what we are doing now also is simultaneously or having because of this new platform of online, even if you are conducting abroad, local members can participate with proper coordination. This classroom seminar is the detailed technical seminars we conduct that covers the following syllabus or the different subjects that are part in the preparation of the TR, which start from the electrical load calculation, covering the voltage drop, the feeder cable sizing, the OCPD sizing, the generator sizing, fire pumps, and so on. Then the load flow. Of course, we know that there are some software application now. Software application is not restricted, but that is only used to validate your shorthand calculation using Excel as well. So we have the power factor correction, the short circuit calculation, protection coordination, and Excel format, and the arc flash analysis, grounding and bonding system, and then the PERT CPM. These are the two new subjects that have been added as part of the innovation, PERT CPM and cost estimation. Just imagine, when you will be a PE with all these subjects that I mentioned, you almost cover everything and be ready to be a project manager, in fact, not just as a professional electrical engineer. Now, for the committee KPI, it is our KPI to generate more qualified PEs. So to give you a limelight of where we are in terms of the generated PE or professional electrical engineer since 2009, when it was unofficially the mentoring started. So as of now, we have 2022, including the forecast for 2022. If you will see in the last bar, we have 55. This includes the PE that has been posted in the result of last May, first week of May, that coincide the exam result of April. So mayroon na tayong 55, and we still have forecasting of another 255. What was our basis of the 255? This 255 is based already on the preliminary outline and title approval application that has been received, which we forecasted it that should happen in the first quarter of the year, which we are now already second quarter, to ensure that the 6-month minimum months to prepare the PER will still within this year, and the chance is there that by the end of the year we will be able to produce and finalize this PE aspirants application. So this is where we are in terms of the generated qualified PE engineers, provisional electrical engineers. Now, for the objectives, I will now give it to my fellow member of the committee to share on this part. Go Balwin, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Gobo Chair Robert Mabulay, and good afternoon, everyone in the Philippines. Good morning, foreign chapter. So for the objective, first, to assist active members with their application for upgrade of PRC license from REE to REE. So our committee is promising to assist all applicants with their application to become a professional electrical engineer. So we are encouraging all REEs to pursue your career and be a professional electrical engineer. Second, provide PE mentorship services program for free bona fide IIE members through its chapter. So it is for free, no cost, but for mentoring only, of course. Baka lain nyo, libre lahat. Hindi. So sabi ni Sir Robert kanina ni Gov Chair ay for mentoring only. So pag konti ang applicant in every chapter, we will tap you to foreign chapter because they have a very active PEE mentoring. Dyan sa lugar ni na Sir Robert, napaka-active ng PE mentoring dyan. So pag konti lang, hindi makabuo sa isang chapter, most often kasi ang naging problema natin, pag ang lugar ay maliit, hindi nakakabuo ng PE mentoring committee. So we will assist you and tap you to foreign country. Then third, ensure that qualified candidates follow the protocol and adhere to the Board of Electrical Engineering first come, first serve scheduling policy throughout the REE to PE upgrade process. Ayan. Wala pong palakasan dito sa amin sa PE mentoring. Who will apply first will be entertained first, but of course, provided that all your documents are complete. Then last, encourage electrical practitioners advocate for professional development on a regular basis. Again, we are encouraging everyone, every REE, pursue your career and be a professional electrical engineer. Next, for the qualification, we have number one, of course, citizen of the Philippines. Yan. And of course, good reputation with high moral values. Yan na, itong high moral values, it's very important. Kasi pag PE na ay nagpapababa na ng presyo sa pagpirma. Ayan. So, okay lang kung pagtulong ang purpose without any other motives. Then, BSc graduate. Then, 4, not been finally convicted in any court involving moral turpitude. And registered EE with valid certificate of registration and professional license. Next, with sufficient number of active practice recon on the date of his registration as a registered electrical engineer as per Republic Act 7920. Likewise, Rule 14 of IRR of Republic Act 7920, and the experience shall be aligned to PQF level. 7, as defined in the career profession and a specialization program for electrical engineering profession, PRB OEE resolution number 6 series of 2021. And so then the last one is at least minimum of years supervisory work experience. I will not elaborate this slide, and I think Sir Robert will handle and answer all the query pertaining to this. Ayan, I will transfer again the slide to our very own and very handsome Gov Chair, Robert Mabulay. Thank you, Gov Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gov Alwin. Thank you for very informative and elaborated presentation on the objective and the qualification. Now let's move into the mentoring process flow. Supposedly this should be presented by Engineer Steve Estibal. Unfortunately, the testing commissioning is in progress that they cannot leave the facilities, so I'll take over. So for the PE mentoring process flow, we start with, of course, the orientation, which I mentioned a while ago, which is part of 7920 Article 3, Section 16, highlighting the qualification for the registration as professional electrical engineer. So yes, these are all the requirements as per RR of RE 7920 Rule 14. So submission of requirements, who is responsible, of course, the P aspirants with the P mentoring committee assisting them in every chapter. Then initial assessment of the submitted requirement. At the level of the chapter, they have to assess who are those that are qualified to upgrade their PRC license from REE to PE. Then the screening process, summary report, deliberated or deliberation for the final list of PE batch aspirants. So the PE mentoring conduct this exercise at the chapter level, and then it will be endorsed to the region till it is finally endorsed to the PRC through our national office. So the screening process, of course, part of that exercise is to introduction oneself, which is now through presentation, oral interview that you will highlight your number of years of experience, your work, your family, your technical background. Then we used to give them some exercise, some written exam just to assess where they are in the preparation and to give them the review as a sort of review and to recollect what has been studied in the 5-year course of engineer, which is sometimes it's already corroded for the people who have more than decades experience. Then additional requirement for professional practice, PQA level 7, blending of 7920, which is very important. As I mentioned a while ago, the 7920 number of experience is a minimum requirement, and we are aligning now with the Philippine qualification framework, which is the level 7 equivalent of PE, that you are a PE are equivalent to masterals. And with that also, we are aligning some international requirements, like in the registry of ASEAN engineers and ASEAN chartered professional engineers and equivalent. So as you pass the process at chapter level, the PE mentoring committee will also finalize the list for the local or the chapter BOD approval to prepare the endorsement. And then the endorsement to the regional coordinator. As you have seen from the structure, we have regional coordinator, will organize all the different chapters. Imagine we have 114 chapters in the Philippines and 12 abroad. So there are a lot of chapters. So we organize it that endorsement will be coursed through the regional. So medyo organized and filtered those that are really qualified. The intention here also is that, as we know, the journey to be a PE is time, all the effort, and we cannot avoid there are also some financial involvement in the process, in your research, in preparing the documents, in bookbinding your final PER. So the role of the PE mentoring is to make sure that in one passing, as much as possible, the aspirant will pass through it. Hindi siya pabalik-balik or paulitin, or in equivalent to what we call a failure when he reached to the Board of Electrical Engineer. So we consolidate the aspirants through regional, and then we endorse that. Then the submission list of PE aspirants region to the area overall coordinator. There are some protocol in preparing the endorsement, of course, ensuring that those applicants has underwent the PE mentoring, they are almost ready, and we screen them according to the requirements and to the experience and competence to be an applicants for the upgrade of REE to PE. So then the submission of proposed technical engineering report is part of that, which is, this is the details of the submission of proposed technical engineering report title, 5 copies ring bound, which will covers from the TR title, letter of intent, synopsis, and so on and so forth as part of this. And after that continuation, and we submit the proposed technical engineering report title. It's just like what the exercise ongoing now. I was on the other Zoom a while ago. There were 21 aspirants from the Southern Mindanao, and they are undergoing the preliminary screening with our Board of Electrical Engineering in Davao. And then, of course, we have the assessment of submitted PR outline. The overall PE mentoring committee will try to assess again and screen and ensure that all these applicants are really ready and have complied all the requirements to avoid returning back or failing when it is already on the later part of the journey to be a PE. So as early as possible, ini-screen na natin, tinutulungan natin, guide them, and to provide them the necessary references to ensure that they are on track, and with that objective of having one passing in the process or in the application of their PRC upgrade from RE to PE. Then endorsement of PRBE with the TR title. So after that, mabibigyan na sila ng title, and with that title, then they will be receiving the LOA, and with that title, they can now start the writing of technical engineering report. So ito yun naman yung so sa preliminary screening, ito yung process, ito naman ng writing of technical engineering report. Ito yung mga series of classroom seminar that I mentioned a while ago in preparation to prepare the technical engineering report. So this will also give you the chance while doing the classroom seminars to earn some CPD units, and of course to review and to recollect what have you been studying in the 5 years course of engineering during college days. And then we have the course filing a PRC application without examination. So those forms that I have presented in the early part of this presentation are there now, the PRC application without examination. There's a certain process for that, but okay, when you are engaged with a PE mentoring, all this will be guided in a right time while you are doing the milestone in your journey to be a PE. So submission of final PER to PRC is 5 seats, ring bound. And then as per the prescribed deadline. So in your LOE, that's already mentioned, when is the final submission? You have to comply that one. Just to share with you, as much as possible, they don't give any extension except those that are justified, health reasons, or sometimes due to employment that you have to justify once they will give you, but it depends. It is not on the hand of PE mentoring committee. It is on the Board of Electrical Engineering. We will just guide you to prepare the letter and to appeal. But as much as possible, you have to comply elusive date given to you in the LOA. So final oral examination. This final oral examination, as I said a while ago, through resolution 2 series 2021, there could be a final oral examination online. So it would not be a hindrance of people working abroad or those that are far from the main PRC offices. In provinces na walang PRC, they can be allowed through online, but there are some requirements to follow. So this is now having the final result. After all those examination, then you will have the final result, and it will be released sometimes coincide with the REE, coincide with the RME result, or sometimes there are some special release of the PE, those that are who pass the upgrade of their PRC license from RE to PE. So this is the complete process flow and the interaction with the PE mentoring committee in your journey to upgrade PRC license from REE to PE. So moving forward for the mentoring committee activity, we will just be sharing with you what has been the committee has been doing in the past almost 1.5 years from the time the PE committee mentoring was conceptualized, or we call it now as has been institutionalized. So these are the different activities that we conducted. We conducted the launching of PE mentoring program locally, meaning Philippines and abroad were present during that launching. That was in August 2021, the first launching of the PE mentoring committee, which was of course attended by our stakeholders, the two honorable gentlemen, Honorable Jaime Francis V. Mapili, the chairman, and Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza, member of the Board of Electrical Engineering, our national president at that time, Engineer Alan Alvarez, and then the other regional governors, and of course, my very active and supportive team, the core committee, Engineer Francis Calano, Engineer Alvin Lunas, Engineer Joseph Solicar, Engineer Steve Estival, and the other chapter presidents and regional governors. So that was in August 2021, and we have also the PE mentoring meetings. We conduct, of course, like the other committee, which are overseen by the executive committee of Iiee National. We conducted already 4 meetings for this year, 2022, a monthly meeting. Our first meeting was also attended by Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza for some new instructions and guidelines to share with the group, and some improvements and how we could collaborate more and be beneficial to the aspirants. Then we have also the second meeting happens on last February. This is the PE mentoring committee meeting in February 11, which was also attended by Jaime V. Mendoza and the immediate former president, Engineer Alan Alvarez, and our incumbent national president, Feliciano Padua III. And then in March, we have also that meeting held last March 11. This meeting was attended by both the Board of Electrical Engineering member and former national president, the incumbent president, regional governors, regional coordinators, because we launched and disseminated very important information for the benefit of the aspirants. And the last meeting we had is last April 7th, this is also attended by our committee members. Other activities we have been doing in this year includes the following: the PE orientation of batch 14 of Qatar, wherein 2 of the core member of the National PE Mentoring Committee is based, myself and Steve. So these are the activities. And then the other activity that we had is about the hybrid preliminary screening of PE batch 14 at Hilton Dua Hotel. So the process of the screening includes mock interview, a written exam, having them introduce themselves to practice that in the time they are facing the BE, they're already ready and very composed. And some of our activity includes also the mentorship proficiency webinar, which I mentioned a while ago, last March 18, which of course attended by all these dignitaries, including the BEs. It was hosted by Qatar via online. This was a virtual mentorship proficiency webinar. which was attended by 300 professional electrical engineers from Philippines and abroad. And then we have also the Iloilo chapter. So this is one of the example that if your chapter don't have any existing committee or need by guidance, just raise it to us, tell us, and we will reach out to you like Iloilo chapters. They requested this one, and then we hosted with the auspices, of course, of the Qatar PE Mentoring Committee. We had an orientation with them, the first batch of the Iloilo chapter. And then, which that happens last March 19. And then we have also the virtual final oral exam of aspirants last November 19. So we documented the virtual final oral exam just to give a reference and to congratulate the effort of these people who has been part of the first ever final oral exam virtually, which also happened in Qatar as the host, though it was a virtual one. Then we have also the classroom seminar in Qatar. We planned for 10 days and we conduct it every weekend as well. So 10 weeks of classroom seminar that will cover load calculation, voltage drop, short circuit calculation, protection coordination, load flow, grounding banding, harmonics, arc plus, cost estimation, and purchasing schedule. So all these classroom seminars is being conducted to assess the aspirants in preparation of their TER. So the first class for the Qatar mentoring committee happens last April 1. So these are the documentation, and then we have also the signing of 101. What we usually do, part of the milestone in the journey of the conversion of RE to PE, mayroon kaming portion there that signing of PRC. So they are focused. What are those documents to be signed and to be votes by PE, yung paper mas affidavit and all other requirements. So we conduct that one as well. So other activities includes, of course, the recent one. We had the PE mentoring orientation with SOC Sergeant chapter, who is sponsored last week, May 2021, and now those aspirants are undergoing the preliminary screening. And then, of course, we have also the orientation workshop seminar of Central Region Chapter Saudi Arabia. So that is in Riyadh. We also extended and conducted the orientation for the benefits of the new aspirants, new batch of the engineers working in Riyadh area. That ends my presentation. I hope that those REE or electrical practitioner who would like to pursue their dream to be a PE were able to get something. And for the others, at least you are now aware the role of the PE mentoring program, the beneficials, the benefits that you get out of this mentoring committee, how we reach out the aspirants, the members, and the new guidelines, which I mentioned. Of course, once you enter to the committee, the more that you will learn and have more background of what are the latest requirements, as you have noticed. And I have been mentioning that the process on the upgrade of having PRC license from REE to PEE, there are a lot of innovations, but bear with me, those are the good things that will give you a take home. And when you practice as a PE, you're almost ready. You know where to go, you know where to get the references, and you will establish the network that one phone call, you will be able to get some information to help while working or practicing your profession. So that ends our presentation. Once again, the committee would like to thank everyone for your time listening, which includes myself, Robert Yu Mabulay, members, Francis Calanyo, Alvin Imlonas, Joseph Darren Solicar, and Steve Estival. The screen is yours, Ma'am Insi.
Thank you very much to our beloved Engineer Robert Mabulay and Engineer Alvin Lunas. We will now proceed to the question and answer portion. So I can see some questions in the Q&A chat box. So here's one question, sir. Sir, what are your thoughts about some LGU allowing the barangay electricians to sign in order to secure electrical installation clearance?
Oh, thank you for that question. It is not mainly the main topic of today regarding upgrade, but anyhow, we may be able to share our thoughts and opinions to reply the question. For the practices on the barangay electricians, I think we have some prevailing law, though there are also some local ordinance which is aligned to the practice of electrical engineering. Yung may mga local representative tayo from IIE. In fact, there's a program of IIE that monitoring those kind of activities. So in this kind of practice, we need to be vigilant and raise it to the nearby IIE organization or chapter that it could raise it to the proper authority to guide them. Although we all know that even OBU, they are well-versed and fully aware of the requirement and the correct practices. I think it is common in the remote areas that they claim there are no REE license or there are no PE that are signing all those designs. But it could not be an excuse, because if you will notice, we have a lot of professional electrical engineer and we have a lot of registered electrical engineer who are the authorized and capable enough to review the drawings and to get approval of those plans that being put part in the requirement of the installation in terms of electrical engineering works.
Thank you very much, sir. And another question, accepted na po ba ng civil service na equivalent ang PE and MS degree?
Yes, there was already a resolution approving that one, but it is now being formalized with CHID to officially allow the PE, which is having equivalent, kasi i-formalize mo pa rin yan, pero merong process from CHID na the schools will easily accept, but that resolution has been already approved and published na the PE are equivalent to level 7, which is equivalent to masteral. But the actual practice in the schools, may process pa na ginagawa ngayon between PRC and CHED na formalize that when a PE will apply to be a faculty member, he can have something to show that if he is asked to present master's degree, that approval of the level 7 equivalent as per Philippine qualification framework is already available. No process pa yan between CHED, pero approved na yung level 7 as per PRC requirements.
Another question, sir. What if no available or no PE mentoring in our area or region? Can we join kung saan area or NCR na meron schedule?
Alvin, do you want to answer that? I think it's part of your, that they don't have, yeah.
Gov Chair, please repeat, Gov Chair.
Yeah.
The question, sir, is what if no available or no PE mentoring in our area or region? Can we join kung saan area meron? For example, NCR na meron schedule.
Yung regarding sa schedule, ma'am, it depends on the chapter. Yung chapter mismo ang gagawa ng sarili nilang schedule. Then we will assess them.
Yeah, just to add, so what we mean, what Gov Alvin is saying is the chapter, approach sila sa chapter, the chapter will schedule or will coordinate to which nearby chapter na mayroong PE mentoring or may mga PE perma or mag-a-assess.
Thank you, sir. And another question, being plant manager requires to be a PE. Is there any existing law about this?
Come again. I didn't catch.
Being plant manager requires to be a PE. Is there any existing law about this?
I'm not aware of this requirement as plant manager to be a PE. What I only understand that the PE scope is a full practice of electrical engineering. That is the PE scope. But as a plant manager requiring that one, it depends, I suppose, to the institution requiring.
Thank you, sir. Another question. Sir, as to the design of electrical plant, in our case, we are committed to the standards. But to the LGU, their requirements are inferior to the standards we are complying. How do we streamline this? Adopting the national standards? Tell us your thoughts.
Alvin, you're laughing. Yeah. Do you want to answer this?
Ay, sorry sir. Sorry. May dumating akong visitor.
I thought you want to answer the question. Yeah.
Sige, pakiulit, ma'am.
As to the design of electrical plant, in our case, we are committed to the standards. But to the LGU, their requirements are inferior to the standards we are complying. How do we streamline this? Adopting the national standards? Tell us your thoughts.
Okay, maybe I can start answering. That's a good concern. Actually, it's not really a question, but a concern he raised that, okay. For us, the virtue giving as a professional electrical engineers, we have to go into the standards. It's normal that we don't deviate the design. We have to follow the standards. Now, with the shortcomings of the LGUs, maybe that is what we should be vigilant and help this campaign, raise the concern, aligning their practices, their deviation or towards practices in terms of the design or the respect on the following the standards. Maybe this is a good way if you notice or you have heard practitioners deviating the standards or those LGU which are not following. Maybe you can remind them first in the immediate action and then raise it to the proper authority. Of course, one of the arm that could help is the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, that maybe it could be raised and discussed. Although we all know na may mga memorandum na before that issued by the PRC-BEE pertaining to the compliance of the design requirements. So let's help to impose, be vigilant, and help the campaign raising this concern to the proper channel. Of course, if you have the IIE there in your area, wherein the IIE can raise it to the national, we have different committees, practice, standards, maybe those can be addressed in that manner.
Thank you very much, sir. And another question. We highly appreciate the PE mentoring program and its goal to encourage and equip professionals to progress from RE to PE. With this, may we ask as to how much would the mentoring cost, if there's any? Thank you.
Alvin, you want me to answer this one because you emphasized that the mentoring program is really for free of charge. Again, we would like to emphasize the mentoring program is free of charge. But don't misinterpret it that along the process, of course, may mga binabayaran tayong sa PRC application, PRC, those kind of logistic things. And then when you are having the meetings, maybe kuminsan bumibili kayo ng pagkain, that is sa inyo na. But in terms of the PE mentoring program, it is totally free. If there's somebody collecting, please let us know. And we'll try to take action help us to police those people that are charging you. But we should not charge, because the objective of this mentoring program is to share the knowledge, share the mentoring program free of charge, absolutely free of charge.
Thank you, sir. Another question. How many years of overall experience are needed before we can apply for PE, aside from the 2 years supervisor role mentioned?
Okay, I think the question, okay, he was asking how many years. 2 years is just the 2 years supervisory. This is just the additional, the new thing now that the mentoring program is introducing as part of the alignment between or blending of 7920 and 10968. So as we are all aware, the existing REE law is the 7920. Hindi pa yan nababago, maybe on the process, but until such time that is still there, we still respect what is the probation. So what is mentioned there is 7920, minimum 4 years and or 4 years and above, he will be able to qualify, but this is just the minimum requirement. Part lang yan ng requirement. Now with the alignment of the 10968, the Philippine Qualification Framework, na yun nga sinasabi natin na we are trying to level up, na align din tayo sa mga Washington Accord, Dublin, those kind of registry, plus the Qualification Framework Level 7 na magiging equivalent na ang PE to Masteral. We look it like that aside from the comprehensive experience you have that will be assessed and processed by the mentoring group, kaya mayroon kaming pre-assessment na ini-issue, looks like, and to be aligned also with the foreign registry like the CN engineers, CN Chartered Professional Engineers, the minimum 7 years is a requirement these days.
Thank you, sir. And another question, can the UP-EEP and IIEEP mentoring committee collaborate on this PE mentoring endeavor?
Sure, of course, everyone are welcome. As I said a while ago, the PE mentoring program does not limit or restrict other professional engineers to be part of the mentoring. They can coach, they can guide, but the only thing is that we see to it na yung part ng member ng mentors ng PE mentoring program are undergoing the proper seminars, trainings para updated sila, they abreast all those innovations. Kaya meron kaming sinasabing mentorship, proficiency, webinar, and workshop. Yearly kinakandak yun. If necessary, we can conduct it once a year.
Thank you, sir. Another question, sir. I have already a PRBE number 2016-098 with approved topic for TER. Should I secure another PRBE number with a different topic? Thank you.
Number, what does it mean? Number topic? Meaning, does he already have the approval you mean to see, and then he did not pursue to prepare the TER, and then if you want to get it? If that is the question, is that the question? I'm not so clear.
He mentioned that he already have PRBE number with approved topic for TER. So,
so that we understand he already got maybe the approval of the LOA, but there is an expiry on that. You see the letter of approval. This is an expiry. Once it is expired, then you have to reapply.
Thank you so much, sir. Another question. Sir, papaano niyo po ba gagawan action yung mga architect at mga civil engineer na pumipirma sa slot ng REE para sa electrical permit? Mostly nangyayari ito sa province.
Yes, it's true. Right now, it's not part of the PE mentoring program, but it is in our mind and in our hearts how to be engaged, or at least to be part of the currently established committee looking into those practices, avoiding the architect and the civil engineers. But in the PE mentoring program, it is not yet part, but of course we are more than willing to extend and to support the established committee looking into those practices.
Thank you, sir. A question from Engineer Ferdinand Ray Laruscain. Good afternoon. I'm one of the attendees of PE mentoring orientation in Iloilo chapter last March 19, 2022. Since we are waiting feedback from SQC, may we verify if our proposed TER title we've already submitted through our chapter is already been approved?
Yeah, but okay. The first thing I would like to suggest or recommend to the one who raised the question is to approach your chapter. Because if it is last year, there are already so many approval have been issued, as what Alvin was mentioning. It is first comes first served basis. Kung na endorse na yan at nagkaroon na PRC, If it is preliminary, for sure, preliminary doesn't take much time. They usually give the approval at once. But for the final oral interview, we have to wait for the schedule. We have to wait for the schedule. But to know the latest status of your application, better approach the chapter where you submitted or got the endorsement of your application.
Thank you, sir. Another question. Yung master's degree po ba ng thesis pwedeng gamitin PER?
Of course, yes, as long as it is compliant to the guidelines of what are the topics and like, for example, the size of the power supply, the transformer shall be 1000 kVE, and the project should be within the last 5 years, this kind of requirements. If it is suiting with that, then there's no harm. Of course, mas maganda nga kasi mayroon ka ng ginawang master's, thesis.
And last but not the least question, is there truth that politics come into play when you aspire for PEE? We've heard it's very hard for an ordinary REE to be a PEE.
Again, what is the question?
He mentioned that is it true that politics come into play when you aspire for PEE? We've heard it's very hard for an ordinary REE to be a PEE.
Politics, I'm not aware, to be honest with that. Sorry if I answered it frankly and candid. I'm not aware of any politics in the journey of becoming a PEE. Sorry about that if I answered that way.
And another question, sir, sa PER, pwede po bang 750 kVA ang transformer rating, sir? Thank you.
No, sorry. It has to be minimum 1000 kVA.
And I guess that's the last question so far in our Q&A chat box. And again, thank you very much.
Good chair, Miss
Yeah.
MC, good
Yes, sir.
afternoon.
Go ahead, please.
May I, the floor?
Yes, sir.
Regarding to the query of the signing of architects and other practitioners, they can write directly to our professional practice committee. They will surely answer all those query. Thank you. Good afternoon. Professional practice committee. Thank you, Ms. MC.
Thank you very much. We're done with the question and answer portion at this moment. I will now read the citation for the Certificate of Appreciation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Engineer Robert U. Mabulay, the Chairman for PE Mentoring Committee, for imparting valuable insights as resource speaker on the topic PE Mentoring, held on May 26, 2022 via Zoom. Signed by Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Sulicar, the Chairman for IEPC PDC Committee, and signed by Engineer Feliciano F. Alba III, the National President. And we would like to extend as well the certificate to Engineer Alwin Lunas. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Go chair, thank you.
That concludes our topic for PE mentoring. We will be having a short break. Please do stay with us and please don't skip our next topic. We will be right back after 15 minutes.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Once again, good afternoon. We are now down to our last two topics for this technology caravan. I know you are all excited to hear from our next resource speaker. With that, allow me to introduce him to you. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and Technological University of the Philippines, Manila, and a licensed electrical engineer. He is the Business Development Manager for the Hybrid Power Systems GmbH. He is currently handling the development of hybrid power plants and local representative of the hybrid in the Philippines. Let us all welcome for the topic Energy Storage and Management Solutions for Renewable Energy Hybrid Microgrid Projects, no other than Engineer Milan Sabat.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. MC, for the wonderful introduction. So just to check, can you hear me or is my sounds
Yes, sir,
good?
loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Yep, just please bear with me because I'm currently in Davao and I'm also to be present here in the booth in the NMYC Davao. And yeah, I'm trying to find a place to conduct the webinar, but yeah, I only find this booth. So yeah, please bear with the noise on the background.
No worries, sir.
Okay, so with that said, please allow me to share my screen. Okay, so is everybody seeing my screen now?
Yes, sir, we can see it now.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'll be starting the presentation. So yeah, the title of my presentation is regarding the energy storage and management solutions for renewable energy and hybrid microgrid projects. For the sake of the audience, so I will be doing the presentation in Taglish, so Tagalog and English, so everybody could relay and also could adapt the presentation. So the contents of my presentation will be a short company background or short company introduction about Hybrid, and I'll be sharing with you as well the introduction for hybrid and microgrids. So ano nga ba yung hybrid and microgrids in a let's say industrial practice. And after introducing you the hybrid and microgrid system, I'll be sharing with you several project cases that would relate in a hybrid microgrid setup in on-grid system. So that's one application. And then another application is the off-grid system. And then from there, we can run through different project references of the hybrid. So I think there will be a question and answer at the end of this portion, but yeah, please feel free to write any questions on the chat box or in the Q&A box so we can address that after the presentation. Okay, so yeah, before I start, I would like to congratulate and also thank you, Iiee, for inviting me to participate on this event. So this has been my honor to to speak on a, how many participants are we? 912 participants for this webinar. It's been also my pleasure to participate also in Iiee Davao NMYC, especially we are having our booth here. So yeah, I hope or I will try my best to rely all the information and learnings that I could share to everyone. But if you have any, let's say, clarifications or questions, please feel free to raise. All right, then I will go to the Hybrid company introduction. So, sino nga ba si Hybrid? So, from the name itself, no, Hybrid. So, we started as a renewable energy company that integrating renewable energy to the conventional energy sources on the islands. So as we all know that in the islands, there's no grid connection. So they are using conventional energy like diesel generators, fuel or coal plant. So from there, we found our company and we started integrating renewable energy sources to the conventional energy source. That's why we call Hybrid, so diesel hybrid company. So our company founded in 2012. and our headquarters is located in Munich, Germany. But as mentioned, so we are active all over the world. We are working on the 25 countries on the 75 different projects. And actually, we are also focusing in Philippines because we know Philippines is, composed of several islands that we need to, or that in need to be electrified. So yeah, so that's the goal of the hybrid is to support developers, the utility, and the government to electrify all the unserved islands in the Philippines. So yeah, so as our projects come along, so we tag as the energy management and storage experts. And then our core product is the energy management system. So before I go to the explanation of energy management system, I will give you in detailed of that later on. But ano nga ba yung hybrid energy management system? So yung energy management system namin, we call it Universal Power Platform. So hybrid UPP. So itong energy management system na to is we enable the smart combination of and control of different energy sources. So our typical setup or typical projects that we experience are integrating diesel generators, battery storage, and solar energy into one system, and then provide full security and energy provision on our client or customer. So our EMS or our hybrid UPP is a tailor-made solution. So we always integrate or fit the energy management system depending on the requirements of the project. So basically, every project has a different requirements and different requests from the customer. So we always tailor fit our solution based on the requirements of our clients. And yeah, our goal is to significantly reduce the consumption of diesel generators or reducing the carbon footprint of our clients. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, so we are working more than 75 projects currently across 25 countries. Just to share with you, so we are also working almost 10 projects here in the Philippines. So most of them are already commissioned, and some of them are in current execution with the customer. Okay. Then yeah, as I mentioned, so here is our energy management system. So we call it the hybrid universal power platform, as you can see it here on the picture. So this universal power platform, or we call it EMS in general term, is a modular management system and microgrid control solution. So I will be giving you a background about the microgrid later on, since this is also main part of our discussion. So features nung EMS namin. So at first we have technology agnostic. So basically any technology that we could integrate on the system, we are able or we are capable to integrate that. So it's either wind, solar, biomass, or hydro. So as long as it has a industrial grade protocol where we could interface, we are able to integrate that to our EMS. So hardware independent. So basically any hardware we integrate to the system, anumang type ng relays yan, anumang type ng PLC yan. So we are, let's say, hardware independent. So any brand or any models we can integrate. Another thing is software independent. So software means we build or we custom our software depending on the client's requirements and also depending on the operations of the power plant. So we have also the real-time monitoring and control and alarm for the power plant, and we have the historic data storage and reporting, which will also injected to our EMS. And we have several types of communication. We have the Ethernet, RS-485, Modbus, TCP, RTU, or similar. And yeah, maximum data transparency, especially down to the cell level. So this is very important to take note that you have the full data transparency of your power plant, especially on the battery storage system. Excuse me, because as we experience, as we come along in every project, so warranty is one big issue in a let's say power plant. So we should definitely have a full data transparency of up to the cell level of your battery. So yeah, to give you an overview, so we are working, as I mentioned, so we are technology agnostic and we are hardware independent. So we are working with several tier one manufacturer in the market. So this is an international market. We have sample of Huawei for inverters, Samsung SDI for battery, LG for battery. So we have also working with different genset manufacturer like Caterpillar, and also genset controller like Woodward, Ipsy, and and other battery manufacturer like Tesla, CATL, SYL. So yeah, all of these tier one or big companies we are able to implement in across our project references. Okay. So yeah, so I'll be going to the introduction about hybrid and microgrid. So ano nga ba ang hybrid or microgrid system? But first, before I explain that, so bakit nga ba nagkaroon ng hybrid and microgrid system? So one of the reason why this system created because of the energy transition. So a lot of us or a lot of companies, they are fully relying on the conventional generation. As I mentioned earlier, it's a diesel generator. And then now they slowly, or we are slowly transitioning to a full renewable based energy. So I think for this full gradual, full transition, so it cannot be a, let's say, a full-blown transition. So it will be a gradual or slowly transition that will be, let's say, will the generation or the conventional generation will remains the same. So mag-i-stay siya, and then gradually we prioritize the dispatch of renewable energy. So ano ba characteristics ng conventional energy generation? So we usually it is a fossil fuel based energy. So it has a constant generation, so wala siyang fluctuation comparing dun sa renewable energy natin na nagkakaroon ng intermittency. So it is also a centralized system. It can be a grid connected or off grid connection for the diesel generator. So it has also synchronous generator interface, or so we call it genset controller, and it has a inherent inertia. So as we all know, pag nagkaroon ng inertia, meron tayong losses. So ano naman yung characteristic ng renewable base? So we focus on the PV, so it's a renewable energy. So all energy, let's say, are coming from our Mother Earth or our nature, so it's all free. So we just need to transfer it from a useful energy to electrical energy. So it has a intermittent generation. So as I mentioned earlier, comparing sa diesel, so medyo intermittent ang generation ng PV natin. So also it is a decentralized system. It can be grid connected. It can be an island system, or it can be part of the microgrid. And it has a power electronic system like inverters that transpose the energy from solar energy to electrical energy. And then it has no inherent inertia, so there's no moving part for this. So ano ba ang advantages and disadvantage comparing the diesel generator, PV system, and battery system? So advantage for those three. So for the diesel, it has a continuous power 24/7. I think we always use the genset as a backup that could run also 24/7. It can also use as a main power source in an off-grid area, which runs 24/7 as well. So ano pa yung advantage on the PV system? So one is low production cost, since it is free. We are capturing the light coming from the sun, so low production cost, and also low maintenance because wala siyang moving part. Can you excuse me? So yeah, so low maintenance because there's no moving part. The same way with the battery system, ano ba yung advantage niya? So it has low maintenance. So actually it's a maintenance-free battery, so you can only do the cleaning of dust, something like that. And it has a fast reaction. So it can let's say can easily react if the battery system is needed on the microgrid system, and it has a instantaneous power output. So ano naman yung mga disadvantages ng tatlong energy na to, no? So first, sa diesel gensets, so again, the rising fuel cost is, let's say, diesel gensets are affected on the volatile pricing. So we know that habang tumataas yung fuel cost natin, so affected yung diesel gensets dyan. And also it has a intensive O&M. So basically, we need to maintain the diesel generator because it has a moving parts, it has a mechanical parts that we need to take care of. So sometimes yung nagkaroon ng problema sa sudden shutdown or big jumps on the power requirement, nagkakaroon siya ng ramp rate time, no, for the genset. So ito, ang disadvantage ng gensets natin, kailangan niya na ng certain period para mag-ramp up and then makapag-supply dun sa system natin. So sa disadvantages naman ng PV system, so availability of solar power, so basically hindi natin makokontrol yon dahil it's all coming from the nature, so we only depending the power from the nature itself. So kapag nighttime and also bad weather, it has a low production. In night times, basically we don't have any production, but for the bad weather, so we have a very, let's say, low production if any case. And also the main disadvantage of having the renewable energy is the fluctuation in generation. So basically, if there will be a cloud passing by on the power plant, so nagkakaroon tayo ng sudden dip dun sa production ng solar natin. So sa battery system naman, ano ba yung pinaka-disadvantage yan? So we only have one disadvantage for the batteries, the capital expenditure. So as we all know that, yung mga nangyayari in the international market, so nagkakaroon ng war sa Ukraine, so everybody's affected dun sa capital expenditure in terms of battery because, yung batteries, we are sourcing also different, let's say, raw materials from different countries, right? So kaya medyo tumataas yung capital expenditures niya. Okay, so ano naman yung environmental impact ng tatlo na yun, no? So unang-una sa diesel gensets, we have CO2 emissions. So very number one, let's say, number one na nagpo-produce ng CO2 yan yung diesel gensets. Sa PV system naman, so it is a clean energy, right? So there's no smoke or there's no other fuel chemical that going out on the PV system. So it has a clean energy. And then another environmental impact for the battery system, so it helps to store PV energy. So if there will be a lot of curtailment or we have a lot of production sa solar natin, we can store yung excess energy na production coming from the solar and then store that to the battery. And then we have the flexibility to inject the power from the battery or energy from the battery in either nighttime or once it is needed. So for the hybrid system, since we are talking different energy sources, right? So in a hybrid system setup, we always prioritize the dispatch on a sustainable energy source. So we always prioritize the dispatch of renewables. So we always do the prioritizing of economical energy source and also yung pinaka-stable energy source sa system. So to give you an overview ng hybrid microgrid system. So ano nga ba ang hybrid microgrid para sa atin? So ang hybrid microgrid system is an independent power system consisting of different power sources. So as you can see it here on the picture, so we have different types of energy sources into one system, and then all of that is feeding into one, let's say, single bus bar and then producing it to the load. So to the load or to the public grid. So it depends on the application. It's either utility application or it can be an off-grid self-consumption system. So sometimes we experiencing on the project, or we always experience in our project, the intermittent renewable energy. So we have the wind, we have the PV, we have sometimes biomass, we have also the hydrogen system. So we also, let's say, always we encounter in our project is the diesel genset. So there's always a diesel genset in a microgrid system. So another than that is the energy storage system. So the battery system natin. And then we have also in the part of the microgrid is the public grid. So if it is a grid tie system, so we need to add the public grid into the microgrid system. And then, of course, yung pinaka main important part of the hybrid system is the energy management system. So for us, yung energy management system, we always call it as the brain of the hybrid system. So ito yung pinaka-utak ng hybrid system. So with this energy management system, it communicates to all, let's say, energy sources into the microgrid, and it always synchronizes the system, and to avoid the fluctuation, to avoid the intermittency, so to give a full, reliable, and 100% power quality to the system. So kaya tinawag namin siyang brain of the hybrid system. So yeah, as I mentioned, so we have different operation modes. So it can be an on-grid system, which is the system is connected to the grid. It can be also a microgrid, grid connected and islanded operation. So just to give you an example of this, para hindi tayo maguluhan, is it's a microgrid system. So it's a hybrid microgrid system that is connected to the grid. And then once the grid fails, so nagkaroon tayo ng fluctuation sa grid, so it can be an islanded operation. So basically, we isolate yung hybrid system natin to the grid, and then this hybrid system supplying directly to the load. So yun yung meaning ng grid connected and islanded operation. And then lastly is yung off-grid system or islanded operation. So basically, this is the system that has no electrical grid on the system. So basically, we call it off-grid system. So yeah, so as I mentioned, so the part of hybrid and microgrid that we are, let's say, see in every project references. So it can be a wind energy, it can be a PV system, it can be hydro, it can be natural gas or biomass, it can be a concentrated solar power. I think ito yung sa Middle East project. And then we have the battery storages. So different type of battery storages. So it can be lead acid, it can be lithium ion, it can be flywheel storage. So all of that we are, let's say, seeing on our project references. So, yun. So, ano nga ba importance or let's say key parameters we always need to take note kapag meron tayong microgrid and let's say hybrid system? So, una-una is we should have a maximum operation and application flexibility. So, basically, dapat in a hybrid system, we have a broad variety of operation modes. So, operation modes means to say that we have different operations na papaganahin lang natin yung genset, papaganahin lang natin yung solar. So dapat yung energy management system nyo is capable doing this kind of operation modes and technical functionalities. So another key features of that is the equipment lifetime maximization. So basically through the EMS or so we can extend the lifetime of the equipment by having the perfect or right operation modes on the system. So just to give you also a further, let's say, explanation on this. So as we all know, in a hybrids and microgrid system, it is very complex. So a lot of, let's say, integration, a lot of interfacing we need to work out on the hybrid and microgrid system. So ano ba yung, let's say, nagpapasynchronize sa kanila para smooth yung provision nila ng power into the system. So this is the main, let's say, main role of the energy management system dun sa hybrid and microgrid. So yung tamang operation set on our EMS, and then it will be, let's say, all the programming that is set to the EMS, it will be, let's say, injected to the energy sources that will run the system smoothly. So the EMS also send the commands to all energy sources. For example, si genset 1 magbukas ka, si PV solar magbawas ka, si battery mag-discharge ka. So all of that, let's say, application, it is programmed through the EMS, and then through this, let's say, right operation mode, we can maximize the lifetime of the equipment in the hybrid system. So pangatlong key parameters is yung high frequency accuracy measurement. So this is very important. So we need to measure in actual or with high accuracy lahat ng energy sources natin sa hybrid and microgrid system. So basically through this data, we are able to calculate dun sa EMS natin yung right operation mode na pwede niyang or right commands na pwede niyang ibato dun sa mga energy sources to run the operation smoothly. So, oops. So another, let's say, key parameters is maximum transparency. So this is very important, as I mentioned earlier about the EMS. So basically, with the support or with the help of our EMS, we are able to gather all the data in our hybrid and microgrid system. So lahat yan, power, frequency, yung yung power factor, yan. So lahat yon we are able to see that on our UPP, especially down to the cell level for the battery. So this is very important to have, especially kapag kapag nasa hybrid and microgrid setup ka. So just to ask, so still is everybody still with me, or are we still on the presentation? Miss MC.
Yes, sir. I can see your presentation.
You can still hear me clearly, or?
Yes, sir. It's still clear.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just to just to check. Okay, then lastly, so this is the main key factors or key parameters of the energy management system dun sa hybrid and microgrid system natin is to have the maximum independence in hardware and software. So basically, since we are integrating different energy sources sa system, so dapat very independent yung EMS natin kasi iba-iba yung, let's say, iba-iba yung brand na ini-integrate natin into the hybrid system natin. So yeah, so it always, or it should be always a technology neutral for the EMS. Okay, then now we have the visibility, or we already understand ano nga ba yung microgrid and hybrid system. Maybe we go on now to the, let's say, project application or business case of the hybrid to know more the importance of hybrid and microgrid and also the EMS on a system. So first we go on the on-grid application. So I will give you a exemplary project. So ano ba ang, let's say, on-grid para sa atin? So as explained earlier, so on-grid is a simple system that the load is connected to the grid, right? So there's no other energy sources involved. But now, if we go to the microgrid and hybrid setup, we will give you a case study of one of our projects. So one of the, let's say, project references of the hybrid is a highway tunnel in Austria. So basically, itong tunnel na to is need to power up 24/7. Because kapag nagkaroon ng power fluctuation or power shortage on this tunnel, so it's a 6-kilometer 6-kilometer highway tunnel in Austria. So magkakaroon tayo ng, let's say, accident, no? So pag wala yung ilaw, wala yung ventilation, wala yung, let's say, other, let's say, system that could support the highway tunnel, magkakaroon tayo ng major or severe accidents on this tunnel. So take note, this tunnel, it is supplied by the utility in Austria. So they also own this tunnel. So kailangan talaga 24/7 meron tayong power to the system. So initial setup of this is that to reduce the electricity cost by the utility, so they integrated PV system dun sa highway tunnel, no. So sometimes they are still experiencing, sudden dips or sudden fluctuation dun sa grid. Hindi siya nasusuportahan ng PV dahil si PV is a grid following only, no. So ibig sabihin si PV system ano lang siya, slave. So lagi lang siya may sinusundan na parameters or master para makapag-supply siya dun sa load natin. So on this setup, they are, let's say, the master of the system is yung grid. So si grid, siya yung nagbibigay ng frequency, siya yung nagbibigay ng voltage source. And then si PV, susundan lang niya yung frequency tsaka voltage source ni grid, tsaka siya pwede mag-inject dun sa highway tunnel natin, or which is yung load. Ngayon, kapag nagkakaroon ng sudden fluctuation dun sa grid natin, so nawawala yung reference voltage, nawawala yung reference frequency, so yung PV natin nawawala din. So ganun yung nangyayari sa scenario dito sa highway tunnel na to. So with that, so kapag nagkaroon ng fluctuation sa grid, nagkakaroon ng ramping up dun sa genset. So ibig sabihin, it takes time to ramp up yung genset para ma-power up yung buong highway tunnel natin. So yun yung mga issues and challenges na na-experience nila during initial setup, no? So ano ba yung ginawa ni D-Hybrid on this project? So to give you an overview of the system we did in Austria. So as mentioned, so they are grid connected, right? So grid that is connected to the load. Now they integrated PV system to reduce the consumption sa grid. So nagawa naman nila to, kaso nagkakaroon ng fluctuation dun sa grid, no? So nagkakaroon ng instability sa grid natin. 1 second. So nagkakaroon ng stability dun sa grid natin. So yung PV system natin hindi siya makasynchronize sa grid natin, no? And also with the genset. So ang ginawang solution ni D-Hybrid on this is that we added a sync unit to read the grid, and then we add the battery storage system to support the system. So to give you an overview nung operation ng system, so yung EMS namin is reading the sync units, which is also reading the public grid. So nagkakaroon ng kunya nag-set kami ng threshold, for example, on the grid. For example, yung grid natin is 60 Hz, bumaba siya ng 55 Hz. So automatically, yung sync unit natin, masisense niya, oh wait lang, si grid is 55 Hz. Kailangan na natin paandarin si genset number 1, for example, para matuloy-tuloy pa rin yung production ng PV natin. So lahat ng commands na yun, lahat ng data monitoring na yun is, will be realized through our D-Hybrid UPP. So yun yung mga, let's say, operation modes. Meron namang operation modes na, for example, wait, si voltage is from 230 volts, bumaba siya ng, let's say, 200 volts. So it takes time to ramp up yung genset. So sinong sasalo nung, let's say, fluctuation na yun? That's why we integrated yung energy storage na yun. So kapag na-sense ng sync unit natin na, wait, bumababa ng 200 volts yung system natin, so automatically, yung EMS natin will send a command to the energy storage. O energy storage mo base 200 volts, kailangan mo mag-supply kailangan mo supportahan yung system. So mag-discharge ka ng energy from the battery. So lahat yung operations na yun is realized through the UPP. So all the let's say switch over between the grid, between the energy storage, between the diesel, between the PV. So it's all seamless. So you will know, let's say, di mo may experience yung, let's say, flickering of lights dun sa panel. So all of that is changing through, let's say, seamless transition because of the threshold that was set on the EMS. So yeah. So with this setup, no. So with this setup as mentioned, so ito yung sinupply namin battery. Ito yung let's say BCP natin. So all the DC cables comes in, and then this is yung battery inverter natin. So yeah, so with this setup, no, so we are able to integrate different energy sources like grid, battery, solar, and genset for this. So we have also, let's say, flexible set points. So it means sabi kong threshold na pag nagkaroon ng, let's say, sudden fluctuation sa grid, we can do the islanding mode. So we can completely isolate yung system natin dun sa grid. So yun. So meron ding scenario na merong law at sa, let's say, Austria na they are able to provide the excess power coming from the solar. So kapag puno na yung battery natin, so but still it has a excess power, it can be injected to the national grid. So kumikita rin yung utility nila doon sa Austria. But again, if it requires a zero export to the national grid, it is also possible to our EMS. So that's good thing. So tapos yung genset natin, we only runs the genset on a emergency, let's say, situation. So for example, sobrang biglang tumaas yung load natin kasi hindi na kaya nung battery, hindi na kaya ng solar, hindi na kaya ng grid, no? So that's the time the genset will ramp up and start producing power to the load. So yun, kapag nagkaroon ng sudden fluctuation sa grid, so PV can still provide power to the load by synchronizing to the battery storage system. So basically, dito sa system, babalik lang tayo ulit. Dito sa system natin, we find 3 different, let's say, operations mode. So one operation mode is a grid master. So si grid yung master natin, siya yung nagde-dictate ng power, ng voltage to synchronize yung PV. We have also another master, which is yung energy storage. So kapag nawala yung grid, si energy storage can do the, let's say, can do the reference about the power and voltage, and then PV can still synchronize the system. And lastly, can be also the diesel gensets. So yung diesel gensets, siya rin yung magpo-provide ng parameters enable to to synchronize yung PB. So yun, so with all the, let's say, situation or operations on this system, makikita natin. So yeah, and then one good thing about this project is that we do the load management of this. So sa end of the highway tunnel, so 6-kilometer tunnel siya. So pagdating mo sa kabila ang dulo, meron tayong EV charging station that is power up by the solar as well. So as you can see it here on the bottom picture. So it is also integrated to our energy management system. Okay, then I think this is a good example on the on-grid case study. Then we go now to the off-grid application. So this is very, let's say, important topic, especially sa Philippines. So we all know that there are still a lot of off-grid islands that are, let's say, unserved by the utility. So this is also a good example or good exemplary na we can implement dito sa Pilipinas. So yeah, so ano nga ba ang typical of off-grid system, no? So we have a diesel generator and the load. So earlier, I explained to you the on-grid. So this is just basically a grid and then connected to the load. But now there's no grid. The alternative energy sources we use in the island is the diesel generator. So yeah, so to give you a project reference or project business case. So this is an island community in Maldives. So this is, let's say, definitely an off-grid area. So there's no utility available on this area. So ano ba yung, let's say, issues and challenges kapag sa community, islanded communities, no? So una-una is limited availability of power. So I think most of us, we've been traveling to different islands in the Philippines, right? So sometimes you're only experiencing, 7 hours of electricity, 10 hours of electricity. Sometimes kapag pupunta kami ng isla, nagbubukas lang yung kuryente nila kapag si Cardo Dalisay na yung palabas sa TV, no? So after nung Cardo Dalisay, pinapatay na ulit yung kuryente. So may mga ganong situation dun sa islands na we've experiencing, no, sa Philippines. So ano pa yung challenges dun, no, sa islanded communities? So una-una is yung high operation and maintenance costs sa diesel generators. So basically sa island, so ang number one source of power nila is yung genset. But due to the high operation and maintenance cost ng genset, so nagkakaroon tayo ng, let's say, economic viability ng project. Kasi yun nga, sobrang taas ng fuel, sobrang taas ng maintenance cost. So monthly, kailangan we do a maintenance on our genset because it has a mechanical parts. So yun, with that system, nagkakaroon tayo ng intermittent electricity supply dun sa island. So hindi siya 24/7 in short. So we have also high CO2 emissions dahil gensets nga lang ang nagbibigay ng power. So dumataas yung CO2 emissions natin, no, dun sa island. And then yung another issue is yung fuel price. So yan, ito yung, let's say, pinakasakit na ulo sometimes ng mga operator or ng mga developers on the island, no. So sobrang taas ng fuel price dahil island sila. They need to transport from from the mainland to the island, which additional cost doon, no, sa fuel natin per price per liter. So yeah, connected to the intermittent electricity supply is the unstable power supply. So as I mentioned, hindi siya 24/7. Also, pag wala siyang 24/7 supply, so basically it has a very low power quality to the system. So yung low power quality, ibig sabihin, most of the appliances dun sa, let's say, bahay natin, sa commercial space, nasisira dahil yung kuryente, hindi natin nagpe-predict kung kailan siya namamatay. So yun, so ano ba yung, let's say, solution of T-hybrid that we can offer about this setup, no? So here's the, let's say, exemplary SLD yung solution. So we have the energies, we have different type of energy sources. So we have the, let's say, existing yung diesel generator, and then we integrate yung renewable energy like PV and then energy storage. Pero ba't nagtataka kayo, no? Bakit yung energy storage yung nasa, let's say, left-hand side, or which is yung main supply natin? So basically, yung energy storage natin, in the absence of grid and of the diesel generator, it can be alternatively with the diesel generator, yung energy storage natin, pwede siyang maging grid master of the system. So grid master, ano ba yung grid master? So I explained earlier, no? So sa energy storage, siya yung nagbibigay ng parameters in order the PV plant to synchronize to the system and then give to the load. So basically, yung EMS namin is prioritizing the dispatch of renewable energy para mabawasan yung consumption or yung fuel consumption dun sa diesel generator. So kapag nabawasan yung fuel consumption, automatically it can it can have the savings kasi we already reduced the consumption, we already reduced the, let's say, maintenance cost and operation expenditures of the genset, and then makakaroon tayo ng savings on that. That's why we prioritize the dispatch of the renewable energy like PV and energy storage. So, yeah. So with that, no, as mentioned earlier, so we maximize yung renewable output nung system with the use of PV and BESS. Tapos yung the diesel generator, it only run from certain period of time, so it can be 1 hour, 2 hours, just to cover up the load, no, para mabawasan yung operation expenditures dun sa genset. So also with this setup, so yung D-hybrid UPP, or which is our energy management system, so it manages all the energy sources in the system. So it reads, monitor, and control all the energy sources para synchronize lahat ng power na ibibigay dun sa load natin. So one more thing, it has a real-time monitoring, no? So we have the real-time monitoring with 5 minutes interval dun sa power plant na sa off-grid area. And then once the data is available, no, if there's an internet connection dun sa island, all the data that has, let's say, stored on our EMS, it can be pushed to it can be pushed to a cloud. And then we have the, let's say, web portal where you can visualize yung mga data even though you are not on the site. So we call it web portal. So lahat ng information na nasa planta mo, even though wala ka sa island, makikita at mariread mo pa rin yung production ng system mo. And so real time yung data. So basically, kapag nakikita nila na yung data is failing, no? So hindi maganda yung production ng solar, hindi maganda yung production ng genset. So basically from there makikita nila yung system nila is failing, then they can still improve yung system nila for expansion or for improvement nung system. So without going to the site itself, no. So that's the advantage of having the EMS on the system. So yeah, I think that would lead me to the main topics dun sa project references. Sa project cases about the hybrid microgrid in on-grid and off-grid area. So I'll just wanted to show you some project references of ours na in-implement namin related dun sa on-grid system and off-grid system. So we start first on the off-grid system. So this is an island resort. So this is an island resort in South Africa. So this is a 7-star lodge in South Africa. So ako din nagulat, no. So meron pa ng 7-star na hotel. So this is the first 7-star hotel in South Africa. So basically they are initially grid connected sa South Africa, but dahil yung grid nagpe-fail, the owner decided to disconnect to the grid, no. Sabi nila, hiwalay na kami sa grid kasi nasisira yung mga appliances namin, yung mga aircon, yung mga refrigerator namin nasisira, ayaw na namin sa grid, magbubuo kami ng sarili namin system. So with that, they realized this project by having PV BESS system. So yun, nagkaroon tayo ng full renewable energy to the system, no, with the help of battery and solar. So basically yung genset nila, they only running it at certain period of hour because of the, let's say, warranty purposes, no. So pinapandar nila sometimes ng 1 hour, ng 2 hours, and then they charge it to the battery sometimes, and they sometimes they send it to the load. So this application could be possible through the EMS. So yan, meron din tong maximum sa MPPT na or axis solar system that sinusundan niya yung sinag ng araw. So yeah, so I explained. So this is yung system setup nila. So they have the battery and then the PV in the system that's supplying the load mainly. And then yung gensets, they only run on a certain period of hour. To visualize yung operation, so makikita nyo yung graph on the upper left. So makikita nyo dito, so ito yung red part natin. So yung red part natin is the load of the resort. So makikita mo yan, yung load natin is very intermittent. And then yung green part, this is the solar. This is the battery that is, let's say, supplying to the load. So basically from morning, from 12 midnight until 7 a.m. no, so it is full blown battery that is supplying to the load. Tapos once the sun rise up, no, so slowly or gradually nag-increase yung solar production natin. So yung portion na nakukuha nung solar dun sa red part, so it will be supplied by the solar dun sa load. Tapos yung excess niya on the upper part nung red let's say graph na to, yung excess energy from the solar, it will be charged to the battery. And then at night again, after the sun goes down, it can be discharged to the load. So itong orange part na to, makikita nyo, so this is the running hours of the genset, no? So yung, I think from 4 p.m. to, let's say, 6 p.m., they run the genset and supply the load. And then yung excess, and then yung excess energy from the genset is kinacharge natin sa battery. Nagtataka kayo, bakit yung genset yung pinagsusupply natin sa battery, no? So as we all know, yung gensets natin, it only has the limited operating capacity, no? So sometimes to have an efficient running system for the genset, it should be run 30% of its capacity. So in this case, no, dito sa load graph natin, yung 30% ng genset is up to let's say, up to 100 kilowatt, no? So up to 100 kilowatt. So ibig sabihin ito yung 30% ng gensets. Kaya whether or not yung excess energy imbis na itapon natin, so we use the battery as a load bank on the system. And then still it supports to give power to the load at the night time. So yun, this is also some let's say operation philosophy na we can experience on a hybrid microgrid system. Okay, so this is another island project. So this is in Caribbean. So basically, this is a island resort na may sariling airport. Meron silang sariling airport. Tapos yung mga resort on this area, it's owned by a famous, let's say, singer, famous Hollywood actor, something like that. So yeah, so to highlight this project, so makikita nyo, we have several solar rooftop system. So this is not a rooftop, let's say, residential rooftop system. No? So this is a centralized rooftop system. So basically, yung solar na to sa rooftop, hindi siya nag-integrate sa sariling bahay. So basically, it will be injected to the central grid ng island. So makikita nyo siya dito on this video. So you can see there are different inverters, our EMS, tsaka yung AC combining box niya. So lahat yan naka-centralized dun sa grid ng island. So dahil dun sa limited, let's say limited area to put yung ground mount solar, so we have the solution to put it on the rooftop, and then instead of giving power to the household, it will be injected to the central grid ng island. So yeah, so total capacity nung solar is 1.7 megawatt. So it is scattered across the island. So it is located on the staff housing, on the powerhouse you see there on the video. So and then we implemented 501 megawatt hour battery on the island, and it was commissioned 2017. And then just this year, 2022, they have already reached us again to expand their system. So now they are planning to add more batteries with a total of 4 megawatt hour on the island. So they are really happy about the savings on the island and then reducing the consumption of the gensets there. So as you see earlier. So yun, this is just a sample of the off-grid system. So another, let's say, on-grid selected projects of the hybrid. So this is the battery projects in Latin America. So this is yung utility-owned company. They have the existing power source, which is yung DG. It is supplying to the utility or to the grid. And then they installed a capacity 2.5 megawatt of solar, pero dahil dun sa laki ng, let's say, fluctuation during the installation or during the, let's say, production ng solar, nag-require sila na magkaroon ng ancillary service battery for the system. So we also did the ancillary service, let's say, battery application for them. And then good thing about this is because this is not only ancillary service, kasi we are able to integrate yung DG capacity nila, DG and then yung PV nila. So it is all synchronized. And then yeah, another, let's say, application. This is a hybrid system then in South Africa. So this is an agricultural system or application. So this is a tea farm in Tanaga, South Africa. So we build a, let's say, 2 sites in South Africa. So they, I mean, Tanaga is the Tanganda. So sila yung owner ng tea farm. So they have 2 different locations in South Africa. And then sabi nila to minimize yung operation nila dun sa, let's say, pag squeeze ng mga leaves or pag-extract ng mga leaves para makagawa ng tea, they integrated yung 2.6 megawatt total for 2 sites and then 1 megawatt hour battery dun sa 2 sites. So tag 500 kilowatt hour ng battery. So yun. So this is an off-grid setup. So they using 3000 MVA gensets for 2 sites. And then gusto nilang bawasan yung operation ng genset. That's why they integrated PV and BESS to the system. So yeah, you can see here the battery use. So we use Samsung SDI, we use Huawei inverters for the PV, and then we integrated deep sea genset controllers and then AEG for the battery inverters. Okay, let me check. Meron pa ba akong time? So yeah, so I still have time. So meron pa tayong last project references. So this is in Senegal. So basically, this is a utility-owned project. So this is located scattered on let's say scattered on the 1 main island. Pero dahil yung grid dun sa main island is hindi kompleto, that's why they put different power plant across 7 plants across the island. No, so hindi sila, let's say, directly interconnected, pero they are completely off-grid or independent to each other. And then those seven plant has a total of 2 megawatt solar and then 6,000 MVA gensets. And then yung let's say 7 power plants na yun, so iba-iba siya. So hindi siya lahat may battery. So they only have PV DG on the other island, on the other site. And then on the other side naman, kompleto siya, PV, BESS, and solar. So yeah, with that, so you see they use Caterpillar on the genset. So we have used different inverter for the PV. So now we use Sangro. And then for the battery inverter, we use Socomec, and for the battery, it is LG Chem, and then for the genset controller, it's Woolworth. So you see here how, let's say, flexible yung approach ng EMS namin in order to integrate different brand, different manufacturer in order to synchronize yung lahat ng system natin. So yeah. And then with that, so I think that would lead me to the end of my presentation. But before I end, right, so for those you that is, let's say, attending on the IIEE Davao NMYC, so we have our booth on function room 3. So yeah, nandito ako ngayon actually. So we are located in function room 3, booth R3. So makikita nyo doon, the hybrid power solution. So pag may nakita kayong magandang isla na nasa tarpaulin, so kami yun. If you would like to know more about our solution, so please feel free to drop by on our booth in booth R3. So I'm really happy or looking forward to meet you there personally, and then we can jointly discuss if you have further questions or, let's say, further information required to explain about the microgrid and hybrid system. Okay, then Miss MC, thank you very much. You can go now to the question and answer.
All right, thank you very much. And that concludes the presentation of Engineer Sabat. So we have a question here. And let me read the question, sir. May existing hybrid energy system na po ba dito sa Pilipinas? Like combining solar and wind energy?
Yes, so yeah, thank you for the question. I think Miss Princess, no? So yeah, to answer your first question, we have existing hybrid system dito sa Pilipinas, but we haven't experienced yet the combination of solar and wind. But to take note, we are currently executing a project in South Africa that we are integrating 8 megawatt of wind energy. So this is just a small wind turbine, and then additional 8 megawatt peak of solar, and then we combine that together. This is currently execution in South Africa. So to answer your question, yes, it's possible to integrate those two.
Okay, for the next question, what is the communication protocol or platform of your system? Is it open protocol? Thanks.
Sir Mervin, no, that I'm not sure about the open protocol, but to share you the protocol that we are using. So we always use Modbus, TCP, RTU. We always use the RS-485 and then Ethernet communication. And then so far, I think those are the say, commonly used protocol for us. So yung open protocol, so I need to, let's say, confirm that with our technical team if there will be other or further protocol we can integrate.
Thank you very much. And for the next question, how much the price of Huawei inverter for solar power system?
Okay, so this is a hard question, no? So basically, sir or ma'am, because it's anonymous, no? So basically, we are a solution provider for the hybrid and microgrid system. So hindi kami yung inverter manufacturer. So we also do outsource the inverters for this. So I'm afraid I cannot answer the questions from your end. So yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. And for the next question, with the increase of the renewable power plant, the conventional power plant displaces the generation requirement of the grid. How to replace the inertial stability provided by the spinning generators?
Oh wow, Sir Emmanuel, no. So this is a really good question, no. So for us, no, to replace yung inertial stability provided by the spinning reserves of the gensets, we always add that to the battery. So basically, we have the application for the battery to do the spinning reserve, no. So for example, nagkaroon tayo ng sudden dips dun sa solar, no. So it needs some time to ramp up yung gensets natin, no. So who will cover the certain period of time na magko-cover dun sa ramp up ng genset natin? That's why pumapasok yung battery storage system natin dun. So yung battery storage system natin could do the spinning reserve for the gensets in order for them to ramp up, and then once the system stabilized, we can, gradually decrease yung generation dun sa battery. So to shortly answer your question, yes, the alternative is the battery for the spinning reserve of the generators. So I hope that answer your question, Sir Emmanuel. But please feel free to reach me if you need more information regarding that.
All right, thank you very much. And another question for off-grid. In the island surrounded by salt water and salted air, what is the condition of PB if operated for about 5 years?
Okay, so this is a kind of broad question, Sir Renante, no? So condition of PB, you mean to say yung physical condition ba or yung condition niya during operation? But yeah, to give you and let's say insight about the materials or let's say equipment we select on a PV, not only for PV but on a hybrid system. So as I shared to you earlier, no, we are very active on the island, no. So island with salt air, as you mentioned, salted air, salted water. So we always selected a materials that could withstand this kind of condition. So we have the higher IP rated enclosures and covers for all the equipment that could withstand this let's say condition. So for our EMS, no, it can be, let's say, placed outdoor. It has an IP65 rated enclosure, so it can withstand the, let's say, the dust, wind, and other corrosion that might happen outdoors. No, I hope that answers. I answered your question regarding the condition, but regarding the, let's say, condition in terms of operation, so this we need to, let's say, further discuss, no, kung ano man yung, let's say, nire-require nyo dun. So I could definitely explain to you on that, Sir Hernande.
Okay, thank you. Next question is very good presentation from the anonymous attendee. Just want to know the risk already noted on this, the hybrid. When implemented here in the Philippines, especially in the rural areas, is this cost effective for the government to fully implement this energy management system?
So yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the appreciation, no, of my presentation. Yeah, so in terms of government, no, it's hard to give an opinion on that. But yeah, from our end, or from my perspective, is I highly encourage government to take a look this kind of system, especially on the unserved areas in the Philippines. No, so this is a greatly help to support yung 24/7 electricity on the island. But in terms of cost, so as we all know, rural area is a lot of, let's say, issue in terms of transportation. So that might add up cost to the system. So I think yun lang naman yung mga cost drivers usually if you're doing a project on an island system. But if you look at in the long run, no, in the bigger picture, so makikita nyo na, 'di ba, we serve yung island na nagre-request ng electricity for the longer period of time, no. So I think there's always a return on that, no, not only on the cost but also the benefits and the advantages of having this system to those islands.
Thank you very much, Engineer Sabat. And for the rest of the questions, may we request if you can answer those in the Q&A chat box due to time constraint.
Yeah, so for further question, I will list down my email address here quickly on the chat box. So please feel free to reach me via my email address. Just 1 second. Sorry. So I should send it to everyone, no? So sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yan. So yeah, so first of all, I highly encourage you to visit our website. No, it's thehybrid.de. So it's indicated on my email. So you can see there on our website yung project references namin and project cases in on-grid and off-grid application. And then second part is feel free to drop by in our booth here in SMX Davao. Yeah, in SMX Davao, so we can jointly discuss kung paano yung, let's say, inquiries and further questions nyo. I think there's a lot of questions coming in. And then, yeah, and then you can reach me to my email address. So feel free to write an email there and you can address it one by one. So thank you very much, Ms. MC. And then thank you very much, IIE National, for giving me the opportunity to speak on your event. And I'm looking forward meeting you on the future events.
All right. So we are now done with our question and answer portion. At this moment, I will now read the citation for the Certificate of Appreciation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, the Certificate of Appreciation is presented to the Hybrid Power Systems GmbH for importing valuable insights as sponsored technical presenter during the 2022 National Mid-Year Convention Technology Caravan with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on May 26, 2022 via Zoom. Signed by Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Solicar, the chairman for IIE PCPDC, and signed by Engineer Feliciano Epadwood III, the national president. Once again, thank you very much to our resource speaker, Engineer Manuel Sabat.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. MC, and thank you everyone for participating and staying on my presentation. As I mentioned, so please feel free to reach me if you have further concerns or questions. Thank you very much, Ms. MC and IIE National for this wonderful event.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, our last but not the least resource speaker is from Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation. She graduated BS Electrical Engineering from Lojoyo Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology in 2018. She passed the Registered Electrical Engineering Licensure Examination in the same year. She has professional experience in the fundamentals of solar photovoltaic systems. She works as a technical service engineer at Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation, with expertise in lighting, electrical, and power systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer Cristal Marie B. Cabigting.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Before po ako mag-present, no, I'll just give the floor to Miss Kat for the introduction about Firefly.
Thank you, Tal. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, IIE National Mid-Year Convention participants. Before we start the discussion, let me show you a short corporate video of who Felco is as a company.
I guess the presentation is still loading.
Yep, let's wait a few more seconds to load the presentation.
Thank you. So while we are waiting for the video presentation or the corporate video Firefly, just a few reminders to our delegates. So no need to accomplish the attendance sheet. It will be automatically recorded via Zoom. And after the convention, we will be furnishing the PDF copy of the presentations through your registered email address upon the approval of the resource speaker. So I'll now give the floor again to Firefly for their corporate video.
What does it take to achieve superior quality? The quality you deserve. When it comes to our products, we build them with technical precision and utmost care. Partnered with trusted and leading global manufacturers with proven expertise and exceptional track records. For your homes, your projects, and for your ideas to thrive. We test them thoroughly and rigorously to surpass both local and international standards. Together with employees well-equipped with years of training and experience, so we can provide you with only our highest quality. This isn't just our responsibility, but our priority. Fill every space with a trusted brand of quality. Fill every space with the Felco brand of quality. With quality lighting and home appliances tried and tested to bring safe, comfortable, and bright experiences with the people that matter. With quality switches and outlets that give you the peace of mind today, tomorrow, and for years to come. With quality wires and cables made durable to assure all-around protection that lasts a lifetime. With a range of quality switchgears and breakers guaranteed to distribute power safely and effectively for any project for decades on end. And with quality conduits you can always count on to withstand anything nature throws at them. All manufactured meticulously and tested to the highest standards to ensure you the quality we promise. The Felco brand of quality and expertise present in Filipino homes, extending to every street, workplace, health facility, commercial space, and beyond. Because we commit ourselves to quality, we commit every Filipino to a life of quality. Felco. Quality solutions for quality living.
There you go. Okay, so that's our corporate ad for Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation. Now, just to reiterate the presence of Felco in the Philippines, we have a pervasive reach within the Philippines, allowing Filipinos convenient access to quality and affordable products for your everyday needs. And just to add, no, we already are now no, at 2022, 21 years in the industry with over 1,000 strong employees all over the Philippines. We have 12 branches strategically located nationwide, and 11 of those are distribution hubs. And we are proud to inform you that we already have one mega facility that is in Kalumpit, Bulacan. It's a 200 square meter manufacturing facility, that is strategically located 48 kilometers north of Metro Manila. So this is the latest addition to the growing Felco footprint within the Philippine market. As mentioned, no, we call it the One Felco North Industrial Center. So One Felco North produces high quality wires and cables and panel fabrication, and it is complete with industry grade testing facilities and warehouses. So customers like you can be guaranteed the quality, attention to detail, and competitive pricing that is really befitting the Roy brand. And moving forward, no, we'd like to also partner, no, with the IIE committee, because we wanted our customers, we wanted you to see the actual facility. We have this program, and it's like a mini field trip, where you can visit the One Felco North facility and check out how we manufacture our wires and panel fabrication. Okay. And as we expand to that mega facility, we are still committed to quality, and all of our products undergo rigid testing, both here in the Philippines and abroad, to ensure that standards are met and quality is exceeded. And the Felco company also undergoes regular independent third-party audits to ensure appropriate systems, processes, and controls are in place. So while we also continuously aim now to deliver quality products and best customer service. This is now the complete portfolio of Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation. We started with LED lighting, as all of you would know, under the Firefly Master brand. And we have expanded to the electrical segment of, and that is under the Royu Electrical brand. So building wires and cables. We also manufacture switch gear. So that's the one in One Felco North. No? We also distribute low voltage products and solutions, and we distribute Schint and Schneider low voltage products. Of course, our electric and wiring devices under the Roy brand, no, that's the switches and outlets, electrical devices, wiring devices, and components. And under the Firefly Master brand, we have also expanded other segments, no, to the home appliance segment, to the small appliances segment. So we now have air coolers, electric fans. We also, no, due to the pandemic, no, we have also expanded into healthcare and protection, bringing you air purifiers and humidifiers, and of course UV lamps as well. And we are also a distributor of Dulux paints. No, this is we distribute it here in Luzon, and specifically only for concrete paints. And this is the wide range of solutions now offered to you by Felco. And lastly, just to share with you some of the project references that we have, we partner with the best brands and developers and contractors out there in the market. And we'd like to show you the Felco brand of quality and expertise that we would like to bring to every street, workplace, health facility, commercial space, and beyond. And now I turn you over to Engineer Crystal Marie Cabicting to discuss LED lighting and wiring devices.
Hello everyone. Ayan. Hello everyone. Naririnig na po ba ako? Hello po. Ayan. So thank you, Miss Kat, for your introduction. Again, my name is Crystal Marie Cabigting. So I'm currently working as a technical service engineer of Firefly. And this afternoon, ako po yung magiging speaker ninyo, no? And I will talk about LED lighting. And so, start na po tayo with a short introduction about LED lighting. So, commonly or usually po, ang LED is described by three words. No? It's light source, yung kanyang direction, and then last is yung heat sink niya. So, how does LED works? So, LED works through the process na tinatawag po nating electroluminescence, wherein yung semiconductor, so in the case of LED, yun yung diode, na pag nadaanan po siya ng current is mag-emit siya ng light. So, ganun po siya nag-work. The next is yung direction. So, yung direction po ng liwanag na nagmumula sa LED is usually hemispherical. So, more of direkta po yung liwanag niya dun sa mismong working area or working space. So, nakaka-save tayo ng energy. No? Kasi yun nga po, ang napupuntahan lang nung light is yung mismong working area or working space. Then last is yung heat sink. So yung heat sink po, it helps yung LED natin to maintain its working temperature. And also yung heat sink po, nakakatulong yan to prolong the life of our LED.
Ma'am Crystal, excuse me.
Hello po.
Ma'am Crystal?
Hello?
Hello. May we request if you can reshare your presentation and unclick the optimized video clip so that the bars will not be showing in the screen?
Oh, okay po.
Thank you.
Wait lang po.
Thank you, ma'am. It's okay now.
Okay. Sige po, just to continue my discussion. And so here on this slide po, you will see yung physical features of our Firefly LED bulb. And also yung, kumbaga yung basic parts po ng isang LED bulb. So meron tayong diffuser. So yung diffuser po, yung purpose niya is to evenly distribute yung light na nagbumula sa mga LED chips natin. So usually po yung diffuser, they are made of polycarbonate thermoplastic material. So polycarbonate, yung ginamit po, kasi polycarbonate is flame retardant, UV resistant rin siya, and also high impact resistant. So matibay po yung ganitong material. That's why ito yung ginagamit natin as a diffuser for our LED lighting. Then yung body also acts as a heat sink. No? So ito nga po yung sinabi ko kanina, na yung heat sink, ito ang purpose niya is to uh, maintain yung working temperature of our bulb and also to help it prolong its burning hours. So it is made of die-cast powder coated aluminum. And then yung base po is usually for the LED bulbs, ginagamit pong size dyan is E27. So yung E27 po is the widely used base cap, especially for lighting. So yung mga incandescent CFLs and yung LED po, and usually E27 yung size niya. So for the reason na para po mas madali yung pagpapalit din ng ilaw, hindi po gaano mahirap, lalo na yung pagdating dun sa receptacle, hindi mo na siya papalitan, especially if you want to change your lighting, kunyari from conventional ka, gusto mo mag-LED. So, madali lang siya. So, made of aluminum rin po siya and also may nickel coating rin po ito, para po mas madali yung paglalagay natin doon sa mga receptacle. Mas smooth po siya. Then, here naman po yung safety features. So, yung nakikita nyo po dito is yung complete na safety features namin. So, makikita nyo to dun sa aming Firefly Pro Series. No? So, lahat ng safety features under our Firefly Pro Series is present. So, meron tayo ng safety fuse. So, safety fuse is used as a protection against short circuit. Then, yung EMI filter or yung electromagnetic interference filter is used naman po as protection against electrical and electronics interference. Then, yung varistor or rectifier is used naman po for protection against voltage fluctuations. Yan. So, ito po is yung our product range for our Firefly LED lighting. So, we have two product series. So, we have Pro series and we also have Basic series. So, dito makikita nyo na rin yung difference between the two product series that we offer. So, for the Pro series, mag-start po tayo dun sa kanilang life hours. So, Pro series, yung life hours po niya is between 30,000 hours to 50,000 hours. And for the basic series naman po, it's between 20,000 hours to 25,000 hours. So, siguro nagtataka kayo, paano siya in years, di ba po? Yung 50,000 hours, if you will convert it into years, let's say you're using your bulb 8 hours per day, it can last up to 10 years. So, ganun po siya katagal. Yung life hours rin po ng ilaw, nagdedepende rin talaga siya kung gaano po natin siya katagal ginagamit. So the longer that we use the bulb, mas umiiksi rin yung nagiging life hours or yung magiging years na paggamit din natin doon sa bulb. Then next po is yung energy efficiency or what you also may call yung efficacy ng mga ilaw natin. So for our Pro series, it can go up to 150 lumens per watt. And then for the basic series naman, it's 110 lumens per watt. So ano ba yung kahalagahan ng efficiency? So the higher the efficiency kasi po ng mga bulbs or pati ng mga ibang mga appliances natin sa bahay, ang katumbas po nun is mas lesser yung babayaran natin in terms of power consumption. So mas malaki yung maaari po nating matipid dun sa binabayaran nating power or dun sa kay Meralco or other distribution utility company. Then next is the wide voltage range. So for our Pro series, it's from 90 volts to 305 volts. And then for the basic series, it's from 100 volts to 240 volts. So siguro po tatanungin nyo, marami naman mga almost lahat ng mga LEDs, they offer din tong wide voltage range. Pero for our Firefly LED, basta within the voltage range po, hindi nagbabago yung lumen output or yung brightness nung mga lamps namin. Kahit yun nga po, bumaba siya hanggang 90 volts, it can still reach kung ano po yung lumen output na dineclare po namin. Then last is yung CRI or yung Color Rendering Index. So for our Pro series, it's at 90 and for the basic series naman, nasa 80 naman po siya. So CRI naman po, yung kahalagahan niya kasi yung pag mas mataas yung CRI mo, mas napapakita yung realistic or natural colors ng objects under that light source. So mas kita mo agad kung ano ba yung object na nandiyan. So very helpful po siya, especially sa mga sa street lights, no? Pagka po may mga accidents na nangyayari sa gabi, no, mas madali nating ma-identify kung ano po yung plate number ng kotse kasi kung maganda yung CRI nung street light. Ayan. Just an additional info, no, for efficacy or yung efficiency and CRI, ang requirement po dyan ng Department of Energy for LED is at least 80%. No, yun yung kanilang requirement po. Ayan. So dito po, I'll just give you ano rin po, ano, background about our testing. So we have our what we call Product Development and Testing Center located at our head office here in Manila. So yan, pakita ko lang po kung ano yung mga equipment that we use, no, to ensure nung ano po, nung mga ilaw po namin, no, to ensure the quality of our lighting. So una is the spectroradiometer. So actually here on our lab, no, we have 3 spectroradiometers with different sizes kasi yung mga lighting po natin has different sizes rin. So pag mas malaki yung ano po, yung ilaw na itetest, na mas malaki yung spectroradiometer or yung sphere na gagamitin natin. So using yung sphere, dito po namin nakukuha yung mga spectrum parameters like yung lumens, yung CRI, the color temperature, yung efficacy, yung power ng lamp, no? So dito po namin siya nakukuha sa aming using our spectroradiometer. So actually connected din po yan sa computer, no? So doon na namin ma-generate po yung report. Yeah. And then also we have yung transient and surge test. So dito po sa transient and surge test, we test yung mga voltage mga yun, transient voltages and mga voltage surges na yung sinisimulate po namin dito. So for outdoor na mga ilaw po, based on standard, we use 4,000 volts or 4 kV. Then for indoor na mga lighting po, we use 500 volts or 0.5 kV. And then also the aging and switching test. So for our aging, no, we have our own aging room. Actually, dalawa po yung aging room namin. We have yung conventional aging na para po makuha namin yung life hours, no, na-age po namin siya ng hanggang 6,000 hours. No? And then we also have yung accelerated aging para po mas maging mabilis yung pagkuha namin ng data. Ayan, so yan po sa aging test. And also sa switching test rin to check yung endurance of our bulb. So based rin sa standard, no, for the switching test, 30 seconds naka-on siya and then yun after 30 seconds mag-off rin ulit siya ng another 30 seconds. Yan. And then for our lumen maintenance, no, we use po yung L70. So yung LEDs po kasi natin, yung claimed na life hours po niyan, usually po dito sa Philippines, we use talaga yung L70. So yung pinakita ko po sa inyo kanina na 50,000 hours, hindi naman po ibig sabihin nun is busted na yung ilaw, no, after 50,000 hours. Ibig sabihin lang po nun is after 50,000 hours, yung lumen output nung bulb po natin, hindi na siya at 100%. No, nabawasan na po siya ng 30% or nasa 70 na lang po siya. So yun po yung L70. Also, next po is yung gonophotometer. So, using po yung gonophotometer, nakukuha po namin yung beam angle of our lamps. And we use yung beam angle usually for lighting design para po makuha natin kung ano ba yung right spacing ng mga ilaw. Ayan. So, using po yan yung gonophotometer. Actually, yung iba po na parameters from the spectroradiometer like lumens, yung color temperature po, makukuha rin natin siya dito sa gonophotometer. So parang added lang po yung beam angle dito. And also using the gonophotometer, we can generate yung mga tinatawag po nating IES files that we use for our Dialax. So we use Dialax po. So Dialax is a free software, no, developed by Dial for professional light planning. So we use po yung Dialax, no, for our lighting designs rin. If requested by our customer, kung nanghihingi rin po sila ng mga recommendations kung ano po yung lighting na gagamitin nila. Ayan, so we use yung Dialax. So using yung Dialax po, ayan, ma-design natin, no, kung ilang pirasong ilaw, kung gaano rin po ka-intense, 'di ba? Or yung kaliwanag yung ilaw na gagamitin. Ayan. So, we also follow po yung mga uh, standard illuminance, no, for each room or yung mga lux levels kasi for each type of room kasi they have different lux levels. So the more critical yung nagiging activity for that room, usually mas mataas po yung lux level na hinihingi. So dito sa example po natin ngayon is classroom. Usually ang lux level po na hinihingi dito is between 400 to 500 lux because it involves reading and writing. And yung binibigyan po natin ng importance na illuminance dito is yung working area or yung mga tables po. So yan, dapat doon siya merong enough na illuminance. Yan. And another example po is for the bedrooms. Ayan po. So for the bedrooms naman po, hindi naman po gaano mataas yung lux level na requirement dito. Ayan, not unless po if gagamitin rin yung bedroom for some reading or writing. No? So pwede natin taasan yung illuminance or yung lux level din po doon. Ayan. And then for outdoor, like yung mga playing fields, pwede rin po yan also for street lights. Ayan. Pwede rin natin gamitin itong dialux. The next is yung blue light hazard test. So actually ito po, yung blue light hazard test and yung light flicker test natin is more of the photobiological hazard test, no? More of yung sa safety ng gumagamit po. So sa blue light hazard po kasi, yung mga LEDs po natin, they are originally color blue talaga. And yun, yung blue light po kasi over time, nagkakaroon siya ng effect doon po sa gumagamit. So for our blue light hazard test, we actually have 4 risk groups. So meron tayo ng RG0, risk group at level 0, which means safe gamitin. No? And then RG1 means at low risk. RG3, nasa moderate risk na po. And then, RG2 moderate risk. And then RG3 yung at risk na po talaga. So, kumbaga yung RG0 and RG1 po, yun yung considered as safe pa siya. Pero here at Firefly po, we make sure that all our bulbs is at RG0 or no risk po yung ating mga ilaw. And then next is yung flicker test. Yan. So yung sa flicker test po yun nga, hindi po kasi natin napapansin but yung mga lamps po natin is nagfi-flicker, no? Masyado lang siya mabilis. Pero according to standard, yung safe po kasi na flicker is dapat more than 100 Hz. So we also check din po yan. Yun sa flicker kasi yung flicker po, nagiging cause rin siya ng migraine or masakit yung ulo mo, pwede rin po siya maging cause ng paglabo ng mata. Ayan. So that's why we also check din po itong flicker test. Ayan. Also, yung two tests po na yun na diniscuss ko, yung blue light and yung light flicker test is the reason why we have po itong tube mark on our LED bulbs, no, for our Pro Series and Basic Series na bulb. So, TubeSud is a brand synonymous with quality and safety. So, our certification marks, certificates and test reports demonstrates our customers' commitment to quality, safety, and sustainability. Or in other words po, no, so pag meron kang ganitong mark, means that your product is safe to use. No? If you have yung TubeSud certification on your product. Ayan. Then last po na test is yung ingress protection test or yung IP test. But here po, kasi di ba for IP, usually meron po siya for solid substances and liquid substances. Here on our laboratory, we test po yung sa liquid substances for level 5 and level 6. Ayan. So ito po yung machine na ginagamit natin, yung IP jet test. Ayan. Ayan. So here po, pakita ko lang yung product range po namin. So we offer products for residential applications. Meron po tayo ng mga functional LED bulbs. So ito po yung mga bulbs na merong, some of our functional LED bulbs, ito na yung may mga Bluetooth speaker po. So pwede nyo i-connect yung phones ninyo dun sa mismong bulb. And then yun, pwede po kayo mag-play ng music. Also yung mga under din po dito sa functional LED bulbs, yung mga bulbs na may motion sensor and may mga photo sensor. Ayan. Then meron din po kami mga normal na bulbs, no, yung non-directional LED bulbs, mga linear LED tubes, LED downlights, LED panel lights, ayan, outdoor LED floodlights, and decorative LED lamps. For commercial naman po, halos the same lang, no? For commercial, we also offer yan functional LED lamps, non-directional LED bulbs, linear LED tubes, LED downlights, LED panel lights, outdoor LED floodlights, track lights, and also spotlights. And for roadway lighting po, ayan, meron din kami mga street lights, no, under our Firefly brand. And ano rin po, magre-release rin kami ng mga solar street lights din po under our Firefly brand. So as of now, we have our solar street lights for Ecolum. And then also for industrial applications, high bay LED lamps, low bay LED lamps, high power LED lamps, canopy LED lights, LED floodlights, and then last is yung tunnel lights. And so ito yung mga new products po namin. So most of these products is we released lang last year and this year po. So yung una is yung mga Firefly na smart bulbs. So ito po yung mga bulbs that you can control via app. So for our Firefly smart bulbs, we use po yung Tuya app. So using yung phone nyo, mga smartphones, na download nyo lang po yung Tuya app, then connect it dun sa internet, and also ganun po, i-connect nyo rin yung mismong smart bulb nyo doon sa app, and then you can control yung ilaw nyo na po doon. So you can turn on or turn it off using the app. Pwede nyo rin po siyang i-dim, no? Baguhin yung brightness niya. Pwede rin kayo mag-set ng timer kung anong oras nyo po gusto mag-on, kung anong oras nyo gusto mag-off yung bulb niyo. Yeah. So meron kami po ng RGB, and also yung mga sa range po ng color temperature. Warm white, cool white, and daylight. So available po yung mga smart bulbs namin in LED na bulb and also LED downlights. And again, powered po siya ng Tuya, and it works with Google, Alexa, and Siri. And also yung mga solar street lights and solar flat lights. So yan, we have 30 watts integrated solar powered street lights. And integrated, ibig sabihin po magkasama na, no? Yung street light mismo, nandun na po yung solar panel. Ayan. And then meron din tayo ng split type, yun, nakahiwalay naman po yung solar panel nito. Ayan. So it gives you more freedom kung anong angle nyo po gusto ipaling yung inyong solar panel. Ayan. And then also mga solar powered rin na flat light. So we have 50 watts na solar powered flat light. Ayan. So our next topic naman po is our ROYU wires and ROYU cables. Ayan. So ito naman po yung aming product range for our ROYU wires. So meron po kami ng building wires. We have THHN/THWN na mga wires po. So available sizes is from 14 AWG to 500 MCM. Ayan. And then for TW na mga wires po, it's from 14 AWG to 8 AWG. So available rin siya for TW in stranded and in solid. And for THHN, puro solid, puro stranded po yan. Then for bare copper wires, ayan, we also available in stranded and solid. Available sizes is from 8 AWG to 500 MCM. Then also for communication cables, meron po kami ng RG6 and RG59 cables. For Cat5e cables or mga LAN cables, and also telephone cables. Then flat cords, available sizes is from 22 AWG to 14 AWG. Then yung recently na na-add po sa aming portfolio is itong TF wires and yung aming Royal cord. So for TF wires, available size is 16 AWG. Then for Royal cords, 18 AWG to 14 AWG. So meron po kaming 2-core, 3-core, and 4-core. Ayan. So Halos lahat po ito no, is we manufacture here locally. Yung pinakita po kanina ni Miss Kat, now yung warehouse po namin sa Bulacan. No? So, we manufacture almost lahat po ito except for the communication cables. Ayun. Pero for the building wires, bare copper wires, flat cords, TF wires, and royal cords, ito, locally manufactured po siya. And so, characteristics of our Royu building wires. No? So, mag-start po tayo dun sa kanyang copper. No? So, we only use 100% virgin copper. So, for better flexibility and also for better conductivity. No? Yeah, that's why we use copper. And then, for the insulation naman po, it has 2 layers. Meron siya nung outer colored PVC. And then, meron rin po siya nung inner natural PVC. And yung color white. And then also for THHN/THWN wires, meron po siya ng smooth nylon for syempre added protection and also for easier installation, no? Lalo na po yung pag tayo install ng wires. Ayan. So another din po na characteristic of the insulation, it's 100% lead free, no? And also it's flame retardant. Ayan. So our Royus competitive advantage, so it has consistent insulation thickness. So yung kapal po nung insulation no, all throughout dun sa surrounding nung ating conductor is equal. So para din safe to use, 'di ba po, yung ating wire. So may ano rin po tayo dito, may testing no to see kung ano po talaga siya kung consistent yung kanyang insulation. And then yung flame retardant na insulation po niya. So when we say flame retardant, ibig sabihin po nun is nasusunog pa rin yung material. No? Hindi naman po siya yung hindi na talaga masusunog. Masusunog pa rin po siya. Pero may capacity or may capability pa rin yung material to self-extinguish yung fire, especially kung yung source po ng flame is na-remove na doon sa mismong material. Ayan. So flame extinguishes soon after source of flame is removed. And then, yun nga po yung pure copper or 100% virgin copper that we use, no, which makes our wire flexible and strong. No, hindi po siya agad yung nagbe-break or nababali. And so to support no yung claims po namin with the with our wires, no, so we have here yung mga certificates for the testing. So dito po makikita niyo yung mga requirements sa standard, and then yung actual values nung tinest po yung Royu wires, yan, and yung result po. So ito yung for the inner natural PVC, and here naman po is for the outer colored PVC. So kung may papansin niyo po, lahat is pass. And ito naman for our copper content, ayan, so makikita niyo it's at 99.97%. So Royu wires and cables only uses high purity virgin copper as high as 99.97%, providing high conductivity in wires. Ayan. And our manufacturing process, no, so as what I've mentioned earlier, no, most of our wires is locally manufactured. Dito nga po sa may Kalumpit, Bulacan, yung warehouse po namin doon. So of course, we'll start with the raw materials. Ayan. So our copper is usually galing po siya sa Korea, no? Doon po namin siya kinukuha. And then for the drawing, European multi-wire drawing machine that provides high production capacity while maximizing the properties of the wire. And then after drawing is yung stranding naman po. So during stranding, highly consistent tension yung ginagamit during the production. And the next after that is the extrusion. So sa extrusion po dito yung paglalagay ng insulation doon sa wire. So dito po, dun sa machine, no, meron na agad siya ng self-centering and lump detector. So dito pa lang po, mati-check na niya kung at center talaga yung wire po natin. And yun, yung sa lumps rin po, kasi if may lumps siya, ibig sabihin hindi consistent yung thickness ng insulation natin. So ika-cut niya na po agad yun automatically pag may na-detect siya na lumps. Ayan. And then last is to ensure the quality of our wires, no, nilalagay rin siya to a quality package. Then, ito po, mga testing equipments that we use naman for the wires. So, the UTM or the Universal Testing Machine. So, we use this machine for the insulation, tensile strength, and elongation. So, its purpose is for the capacity of the wire's installation to withstand loads, elongation. And then the micrometer to test the conductor resistance. So, its purpose, this resistance of conductors in wires and cables. And then the thermostatic water tank with insulation tester. So dito po, ang ginagawa is nilulubog yung wire po sa tubig and then saka po siya i-test ng insulation tester. So para po makita kung may mga pinholes yung insulation po ng wire. Ayan. And then for the oven, naman po, yan, the accelerated aging. So, i-check po natin dito kung if parang ang nasi-simulate is pagka po nagamit na yung wire. No? So, ilalagay po siya sa oven for 7 days. And then, after 7 days, i-test po ulit siya dito sa universal testing machine. Tapos, may comparison po tayo nung before siya in-age and then kung yung na-age na po siya. And then, vertical flame tester. So, for the, kung flame retardant, yung insulation po na ginamit doon sa wire. And then, for the profile projector naman po, ayun, parang ano po siya, yung projector na ginagamit natin dati, yung may mga acetate, no, para mas malaki natin siya makita. So, nagkakat tayo ng part nun sa wire, yun, doon sa insulation niya. And then, dyan po, makikita natin ng mas bigger, no, kung consistent yung kanyang thickness. And then spark tester for the, again, insulation. So its purpose is for the dielectric withstand of the insulation. Ayan. So all of these po, yan ng mga testing na yan, is yan, pinagdadaanan po siya ng wires to ensure yung quality of our wires. Ayan, so I think ito na po yung end ng aking presentation. No? So Felco aims to provide you quality and cost-effective products and solutions so you can focus on growing your business. Ayan. So leave it to Felco. Ayan. Ayan po. So thank you very much po for listening to our product presentation.
And that concludes the presentation of Engineer Kabigting. Now we will proceed to the question and answer portion. So allow me to read the first question. Can we claim for warranty if those life and hours will not be met? Because gumagamit ako ng power ply but hindi naman naabot nakalagay na long lasting.
For that po, may mga, syempre may mga conditions rin po tayo for warranty, no? Pero if yung, yun nga po, hindi naman po siya na-damage due to yung mga acts of God or kung wrong wiring po siya, so you can claim for the warranty. And if it's, ano pa naman po, if it's, tawag dito, pasok pa po siya dun sa warranty ng product. Kasi for products po, like for the Pro Series, may certain years din po kasi yung warranty rin po yan. So hindi naman po siya yung 50,000 hours, hindi naman rin po yun yung kanyang warranty. So may years lang din po for the warranty ng mismong product. Ayan. So iba rin po for the Pro Series, iba yung warranty. For the Basic Series, iba rin po yung kanyang warranty.
For the next question, my concern will be more on the end life of the product. We always focus on the quality of each product. How about its end life? How many bulbs can your company produce in a month? How do you dispose your busted bulbs? How can you help community to dispose such waste?
Ayan. So, sa first question po muna ako, no? So, how about its end life? So, how many bulbs yung napoproduce po ni Felco in 1 year? So, actually po, hindi kasi kami yung mismong nagmamanufacture ng mga bulbs po namin. We get it from a manufacturer from another country. And then, tinitest po namin siya dito, no, to ensure yung quality kagaya po ng mga pinakita ko sa inyo. For the kung ilan po yung mismong yung actual numbers, no, hindi ko rin po sure kung gaano karami talaga. But actually kasama rin po siya dun sa magiging planning, 'di ba? For the whole year sa demand planning po, 'di ba? May projections tayo kung gaano ba karami yung magiging demand for the next year. So dun lang din kami usually po nagbe-base. Dito po, yung sa disposal of the busted bulbs, usually kasi dito sa Philippines 'no, wala pa po tayo talaga nung, proper disposal for the electronics 'no. May mga companies na nagkakaroon ng mga drive for the proper disposal ng mga electronics kagaya ng, sa Mondinisin, 'di ba, may mga gano'n po silang projects. Pero dito, since LED naman po is hindi siya kagaya ng CFLs that contains mercury and other toxic na mga materials. No? So, usually yung ginagawa is yung mga direct disposal lang po. Pero syempre, if in the future, mas maganda na we find ways on how to properly dispose din yung mga parts nung sa LED. And especially for the electronic parts.
Thank you so much. And next question, can you provide us the link where we can download the Dialux software for free?
Sa ano po, sa website po nung Dial, bigay ko na lang din po yung link. Pero in the internet po, you can actually search po. Then yung sa mismong website po nung Dial, doon nyo po siya pwedeng ma-download. Yung free version po nila.
And parallel to that question is just want to know if you now have downloadable Dialux plugins just like Philips.
So yung plugins po ba natin mga IES files? For the IES files po kasi it's not available on our website. But hindi ko rin po sure if we can provide the IES files of our products. I'll double check na lang po. Pero usually we use naman po yun for the pag nag-request ng mga lighting design yung mga clients or yun nga po, kung nag-request
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Crystal, I guess.
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon. Engineer Tal was just disconnected, no? She'll be joining again po. Medyo mahina lang po yung internet connection. We're very sorry for the technical problem.
No worries about it, ma'am. So, can you answer some questions, ma'am, on behalf of Ma'am Crystal? Or we'll just wait for her to join again.
Engineer Tal will be using my account na lang po here.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You.
So here's another question. The question is, what is the problem of LED street lighting na nag-blink during off state or during daytime?
Ano ba? For the flickering po, maybe usually kasi one of the problems or causes po for the flickering ng mga bulbs, especially pag naka-off siya, is also yung mga leakage current. So, more of yung sa wiring din po, maaring dun din yung may problem. And for the flickering of the LED bulbs po.
Additional to that question, why is it sometimes nagpa-flicker yung LED lamp? What is the reason for that?
Ayun, usually po, ang nakuha po namin or yung nakita po namin reason for our nagiging mga customers is yun, yung sa leakage current po. Ayun, yung more of the wiring din po, yung nagiging problem.
Thank you, ma'am. And for the next one, for your product light fixtures, which model has the highest CRI rating? What is the CRI rating of that model?
For our products po, yung kanina na pinakita ko, for the products under the Pro Series, na Firefly Pro Series po, yun yung mga products that has the longest life hours, highest na CRI rin po, and usually it is at 90. Maybe we can provide yung mga price list po, so you can, or you can go to our website, www.fireflyelectric.com po to view yung mga price list po namin, and also makita nyo rin doon yung mga specifications of our products po.
Another question is, hello, good afternoon, ma'am. I would like to ask if you have received reports that there are Firefly LED lamps or any lamp variants that are being imitated and sold in the market, local market. I asked this since I am buying Firefly LED lamps, and I just wanted to be sure and be assured that all Firefly lamps that I bought and will be buying are all genuine. Thank you.
For ano naman po, may mga ganun din po, no, that imitates our products, especially with pati dun sa mga emergency lighting namin, yung mga fans po, yan, marami nagbebenta rin po kasi online. So, para po maiwasan yun, you can contact din yung, kami po mismo, no, to verify kung yung product po, or yung pagbibilhan nyo po is yung connected talaga with Firefly po.
Thank you. Another question, last two questions. Is the LED bulbs in general contribute or affect the power quality of the system, especially in residential in terms of harmonics generation?
In terms of harmonics po, based on sa aming mga test din po, no, wala naman naging effect, especially with the LED bulbs. In terms of the harmonics, wala naman po mga nasisirang other electronic na mga devices. Ayan, lalo na yun nga, kung gumagamit ka ng LED. Kasi din sa lab namin, actually yun nga, sa 24/7 nakabukas yung mga LED lamps. So, hanggang ngayon hindi naman nasisira yung mga electronic gadgets po namin. Ayun po. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question. Ano po yung minimum power factor ng LED tube at LED bulbs?
Actually, ano rin, nagbe-base pa rin po kami with the, di ba, ang requirement ko usually is yung we consider na good siya is at 80%. Pero on our LED na mga lighting po is actually at 90% to 95% po.
So we are now done with our question and answer portion. At this moment, I will now read the citation for the Certificate of Appreciation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, this Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation for imparting valuable insights as sponsored technical press presenter during the 2022 National Mid-Year Convention Technology Caravan with the team Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on May 26, 2022 via Zoom. Signed by Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Silicar, the chairman for Iiee TCPDC, and signed by Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, the national president. Once again, thank you very much to our resource speaker, Engineer Cristal Marie Bica Victim.
Thank you po. Thank you, everyone. Yun, if you want to check pa po yung aming mga products, you can follow us on our social media accounts for Firefly and Royu, and also yung website rin po namin, www.fireflyelectric.com. Thank you po. Have a good day po, everyone.
Thank you very much. And we are about to end this whole day technology caravan. And of course, it won't be a success without the support of our valued partners in the industry. And with that, we're very grateful. Secondly, our sincere appreciation to our delegates who stayed with us until this hour. So once again, thank you very much for joining this technology caravan. See you all tomorrow for the opening of the 2022 National Mid-Year Convention. Once again, I am your host, Monique, saying goodbye and take care, everyone. God bless you all.
We dance. We dance.